Chapter 299. Lin Suixin's arrangements were casual, but from the entire process of his arrangements, including the words he said to the students, most of the cultivation teachers found a pattern, or rather, strict rule. Before the Minute Mountain Sword trial started, Minute Mountain Sword Sect had clearly done a detailed investigation of each student, not just limited to their talent and cultivation, but also their past conduct. In the previous rounds, Lin Suixin had a comprehensive evaluation of the students' performance. Students who were weaker in talent and cultivation, and had problems in their past conduct would be arranged for 1 or 2 more fights in the last trial. This seemed unfair, but it was the last chance the Minute Mountain Sword trials gave them. If they could win 1 or 2 more fights and enter the top 10, they would have a chance to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate. This Minute Mountain Sword trials was not a competition to win fame, but a way for Minute Mountain Sword Sect to choose their disciples. Based on the pattern Lin Suixin showed, or rather, the strict rules, most of the cultivation teachers could see that other than Ding Ning, Zhongyi, Yi Xin and the others who had entered the top 10, Yi Haoran, Ku Shichuan and the others, the last fight should be between He Zhaoxi and another student, Lu Chiga from Morning Dew Sword School. At this time, He Zhaoxi was exhausted, and his energy and vital energy had been greatly expended. But Lu Chiga's situation was even more difficult. This youth ranked past 40 on the Book of Talents had broken his left arm after enduring the previous fight. He had more than 10 bleeding wounds on his body and was extremely weak due to the great loss of blood. In everyone's view, the winner of this last fight should be He Zhaoxi. But counting He Zhaoxi, there was still 1 student missing from the top 10. Had Lu Chiga's perseverance gained Lin Suixin's approval, so he and He Zhaoxi did not need to fight and entered the top 10? But at this time, Lin Suixin let the cultivation teachers know this was not true. Lin Suixin spoke to He Zhaoxi who had turned to leave. "You do not need to return because you still have 1 last fight," he said emotionlessly to He Zhaoxi who was soaked in sweat. Then he said without pause, "He Zhaoxi, against Lu Chiga. Be careful." As He Zhaoxi stopped walking, Zhongyi shouted softly at He Zhaoxi. White Goat Cave belonged to the Green Vine Sword Academy. Zhongyi, Ding Ning, He Zhaoxi, and Nangong Caishu could be considered members of the same sect. They had fought together from beginning to end. In the eyes of others, Zhongyi's words of encouragement and reminder were nothing. But for the usually low-key and humble Zhongyi, it was unusual for him to speak in such a public setting. Zhongyi was very excited and happy at this time. He knew that if Xue Wangshu was still alive and saw him, Ding Ning, and He Zhaoxi enter the top 10, he would be very happy and proud. He Zhaoxi nodded and slowly turned around. He did his best to regulate his breathing and walked back to the battlefield. On the other side, a youth in purple robes whose hair was soaked in cold sweat and whose left hand was tied tightly to his body staggered towards He Zhaoxi. This Dawn Sword School genius called Lu Chiga seemed to pay a great price with every step he took. Looking at his walking posture, many people could not help but feel that he was not walking on solid ground, but on a bed of nails with each step. Victory and defeat seemed to be determined from his posture. However, at this moment, a change occurred that shocked everyone. A cold and empty aura was formed around his body, and then it was quickly released into the surroundings. The reason it was said to be empty cold was because when this cold aura was felt, the inside of this youth's body seemed to be extremely empty, so much so that most of the true cold aura had instead shrunk into his body. For all the cultivators present, this strange feeling was like there was a piece of ice in front of them in the summer. Everyone felt cold, that the ice was giving off coldness, but they could not feel the true coldness. All of the cold energy was shrinking towards the inside of the ice. Clear sounds of inhaling could be heard from the spectating cultivators. As this cold and empty presence formed, Lu Chiga's black hair that was soaked in cold sweat started to flutter behind him, completely revealing his pale face. Then, his cheeks sunk slightly as though he was rapidly losing weight. The air around him started to hiss. Many threads of invisible primal energies of the universe flooded in from all directions into his body. Like a dried-up pond being instantly filled up, Lu Chiga's body started to give people a feeling of being filled up. His pale face began to be covered with a layer of ashen luster, but his sunken cheeks returned to their original state. Everyone felt as though weakness had left his body. He was growing stronger. Why is it like this? What method is this? Zhong Yi, who had boldly warned He Zhaoxi, turned to look at Ding Ning in shock and could not help but exclaim. Everyone present was shocked. Even Ding Ning frowned deeply with a grave expression. He knew what method this was, but he had only heard of it before and had never seen it with his own eyes. This kind of cultivation method was very mysterious and very useful. So at this time, he was more focused on sensing all changes in the primal energies of the universe around him, including the changes in Lu Chiga's body. He did not even notice Zhong Yi's question. The cold and empty presence started to disappear from Lu Chiga's body. The moment he completely disappeared, his body began to emit a true chill. Visible white flakes of cold mist formed around his body and sputtered outwards, like pieces of frozen waves splashing outwards. There were also threads of red energy that looked like lines of blood. No wonder he had to persist. Jing Liuli looked at this strange scene and narrowed her eyes. She said with slight disdain, "This sword trials is not simple. Even a method like the Blood Fiend Demon Art has appeared." Blood Fiend Demon Art. Several breaths after she spoke, a cultivation ground teacher let out a cry of alarm. "It is the Blood Fiend Demon Art." This exclamation caused a wave of shock. What kind of method is this? Among the exclamations, Zhong Yi, who did not receive an answer from Ding Ning, turned to look pleadingly at Dugu Bai and the others. At this time, his worry for He Zhaoxi surpassed his desire for knowledge. An evil method of the previous dynasty. Dugu Bai took a deep breath and said gravely, "When losing large amounts of blood, one can use their empty bloodline as seal scripts to guide primal energies of the universe. But using this method to guide primal energies of the universe is too yin and cold. Even if one can temporarily increase combat strength, it is not beneficial to future cultivation." Zhong Yi was smarter than most people imagined. Even though Dugu Bai said so, he still understood the power of this method. Even though this method could be thought of as an evil method that stimulated one's vitality, it could allow a cultivator to temporarily increase their combat strength after losing a lot of blood on the battlefield, and even become stronger than before they were injured. On some battlefields of life and death, the most important problem a cultivator had to consider was survival, and not future cultivation. Everyone feels that my blood is about to run dry, and that I will undoubtedly lose. At this time, Lu Chiga, who had walked in front of He Zhaoxi, stopped and looked up at He Zhaoxi. "But I do not want to lose." His tone was very calm, but everyone could feel his determination. He Zhaoxi was a man of few words. Hearing Lu Chiga's words, he looked up slightly and said, "I also do not want to." "Can you still win?" Lu Chiga looked disdainfully at He Zhaoxi and the large sword he carried on his back and sneered. He was not a particularly arrogant person, but at this time, the other's situation and his own strength caused him to change. As he sneered, he stepped on the ground, and swung his sword towards He Zhaoxi. He didn't even hold his sword in a salute. But no one cared about such details at this time. He held a copper longsword in his hand that contained the power he had paid a great price for. Just such a simple sword move gave off a domineering presence. It felt like a mountain falling from the sky and pressing down on He Zhaoxi. He Zhaoxi was like a small tree that could only be crushed to powder. There was an explosion. He Zhaoxi's sword was in his hand, but his body immediately bounced back. Lu Chiga's figure appeared where he had been standing. He Zhaoxi's body fell just a few feet from the edge of the sword mark, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Threads of blood flowed from between his fingers along the sword hilt. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his expression remained calm. His gaze also fell on the exceptionally thick longsword in his hand. This cyan broadsword gave people the feeling that it was a horse-slaying saber. When He Zhaoxi's gaze landed on his sword, Lu Chiga suddenly felt something was wrong. He immediately realized what was wrong. Chapter 300. In all the previous battles, He Zhaoxi had been using this wide sword to fight. Yet, this wide sword was too ordinary and did not leave a clear impression on anyone. Since there was the sword selection round in the Sword Valley, no matter how stupid He Zhaoxi was, He could not choose a sword that had nothing special other than its width. Lu Chiga howled. Sensing danger, Lu Chiga's copper longsword sprayed out crimson-red ice and snow. His body immediately landed in front of He Zhaoxi. With a boom, his copper longsword smashed down like a mountain towards He Zhaoxi's head. He Zhaoxi raised his sword to block. Amidst the explosion, the ground under his feet rippled like a wave. At this time, the falling mountain was a mountain of ice. Amidst the airwaves, pieces of sharp crimson ice shards pierced his body. Instantly, many bleeding wounds appeared on his body. Seeing this scene, Zhongyi was extremely worried. He opened his mouth but forgot to breathe. He could not make a sound. He Zhaoxi sprayed a mouthful of blood. Yet, with a muffled grunt, He Zhaoxi was not pushed back like he had been in the previous attack. His body bent slightly, and then straightened like a bow. His sword was still pushed upwards, and forced Lu Chiga and his sword back. In this moment, He Zhaoxi's left hand landed on the sword hilt. Vital energy flowed from his left hand's fingertips, and he polished a seal script on the sword's spine. The spine of his sword was a small, thin sword embedded inside. It was just that at a certain distance, it couldn't be seen at all. As the rune lit up, the small sword flew out along the body of the big sword. Pew! There was a tearing sound. Lu Chiga moved to the side in shock. A small green sword light with a whirlpool brushed past his body at a terrifying speed. He Zhaoxi started to counterattack. He used all his strength to swing his sword towards Lu Chiga. His strength was greater than most of the students. When he swung his sword, air poured into the center of his sword, creating a thunderous roar. His presence was astounding. Yet for Lu Chiga, what was most astounding was not the presence and power, but the fact that He Zhaoxi's heavy sword seemed to have suddenly become several times lighter, and his sword moves were faster than before. The air that rushed into the groove in the center of the green broadsword supported the green broadsword, as if the broadsword was also flying. Lu Chiga swung his sword in shock. He Zhaoxi's sword move changed again. The blue broadsword that had been heading for his head drifted towards his right wrist. In the previous battles, his sword moves were heavy and ferocious. However, at this moment, his sword moves had become light and swift. Lu Chiga found it hard to breathe. He pulled back his sword to defend, but at this time, he heard the howl of a sword behind him. He turned his head subconsciously. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw a thin and faint sword light flying over like a light blue mist. What kind of sword is this? Among the spectating students, someone shouted out his thoughts in shock. The thin sword that had flown out of the sword flew back to He Zhaoxi's green broadsword. Lu Chiga could not deal with the two attacks at the same time. His vital energy surged out of his feet, and two waves of dust carried him to the side like two wings. He Zhaoxi chased with his sword. The thin sword that flew back naturally returned to his blade. In the next moment, the thin sword flew out of his blade with a hiss and stabbed towards Lu Chiga. Lu Chiga's face paled again. He looked at the small sword with eyes filled with anger and shock. He took a deep breath and stabbed at the small sword with his sword at his fastest speed. Then there was a loud clang. A powerful ripple surged in front of him. He shouted angrily amidst the spray of energy. He accurately stabbed the small sword. The small sword spun out like a leaf. But he saw that the small sword did not fall to the ground, and was still flying towards He Zhaoxi's wide sword. At this time, this wide sword was moving lightly and strangely towards his abdomen with a loud roar. He Zhaoxi was only using one sword. But at this time, he seemed to be facing two swordsmen at all times, and two extremely fast swordsmen. The spectators were silent. This was definitely a shocking and unexpected battle. The moment Lu Chiga showed the blood-fiend demon art, almost everyone felt that victory belonged to Lu Chiga. But when He Zhaoxi's sword started to show its true power, the outcome seemed to be reversed. It is the Green Tower sword? Pan Ruoy looked at the sword in He Zhaoxi's hand and couldn't help but ask Huang Zhenwei next to her in a clearing where the court officials were stationed. There are very few mother-child swords. Only the mother-child swords of the Basin Kendo ground are so wondrous. Huang Zhenwei nodded emotionally and responded softly. Once again, a violent and shrill howl resounded in the field. A crimson energy surged out of Lu Chiga's body. It was dozens of feet long like the tail of a comet. Yet he still could not deal with the combined attack of the two swords. His body continued to rise and retreat. A series of dense sounds of airwaves colliding rang out. A long string of pits appeared in the ground in front of him. When he was dozens of feet away from the sword marks, he was still unable to counterattack. His body started to turn cold again. The primal energies of the universe that the blood fiend demon art had gathered in his body were almost used up. His strength right now was above He Zhaoxi's. Relying on his greater strength, he could deal with one sword that was slightly faster than him, but he could not deal with two swords that were faster than him. I did not lose to you, I lost to the sword in your hand. Lu Chiga knew he was going to lose. Yet when he thought of how he was just one step away and could not enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate because of this sword, he was extremely unwilling. Looking at the sword light surging towards him again, he gave a shrill shout. He raised his sword, not to meet He Zhaoxi's sword, but to cut his own throat. His sword was naturally not as fast as Yang Tai Guanjian's. The crimson-red sword light had just appeared when a sword essence landed on his sword. The power of this sword essence completely neutralized the power of his sword, causing his sword to fall limply to the ground. The advancing He Zhaoxi immediately stopped because Yang Tai Guanjian had appeared between him and Lu Chiga. Yang Tai Guanjian nodded slightly at He Zhaoxi and then turned to look at Lu Chiga, who was starting to tremble. He said gently and seriously, "In the life of a cultivator, when you close a door, other doors will open. The worst result is to close all the doors yourself." Lu Chiga's mind was blank. He seemed to be unable to think of the meaning of these words, but just now, the death intent that filled his heart started to dissipate. He sadly hung his head. "You won." Zhongyi was stunned for a long time before he finally recovered. He was overjoyed and then in admiration. "Little sect brother, you are a god." He could not help but look at Ding Ning next to him and say seriously. Ding Ning frowned. He was thinking of something and still did not respond. The last battle had finished. Lin Suishan was very satisfied with this result. He did not disguise his satisfaction at all. A rare hint of an interested smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Then he started to speak. Ding Ning, Zhongyi, Yi Xin, Xieru, Du Gubai, Yi Haoran, Ku Shichuan, Li Shixing, He Zhaoxi, you have 15 minutes to rest. Now, there were 9 students left, and he could only read out 9 names. At this time, many of the students who had been eliminated had mixed feelings. Some people were extremely sad and dispirited. Seeing that there was still one spot missing, they wanted to take it. Finally, someone could not help but shout. Since the top 10 can enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to study, who is missing? Hearing this, Lin Suishan smiled faintly and said, "Not missing." Not missing. The students looked in disbelief at Lin Suishan and could not understand. Adding on Xu Lianhua, there are 10, Lin Suishan said coolly. Xu Lianhua? At these words, not just the students and cultivation teachers, even Zhong Yi and the others stilled. How can it be Xu Lianhua? A student could not help but shout. Lin Suishan glanced at the student and said, he defeated Chen Liqiu, and then did not participate in the next round. Naturally, he is in the top 10, but his injuries are too serious, and he cannot participate in the next round. The student was stunned and speechless. All the students on the other side of the hut were speechless. The last spot was empty, and it was Xu Lianhua. Other than Yi Haoran and Ku Shichuan, the rest of the top 10 were all people who had been on Ding Ning's side from the start. All of these students felt extremely complicated. Their faces started to burn like they were ashamed, and also like they had been slapped hard. Many of the cultivation teachers grimaced. This was an inconceivable result, but it had appeared so clearly in front of them. Xieru's body could not help but tremble again. She had only wanted to do her part for Ding Ning, but had never thought she could enter the top 10 and enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect to study. But at this time, she saw Ding Ning's brow was still furrowed. What is it? Her joy and excitement receded like the tide. She could not help but ask softly. Nothing. Ding Ning's gaze flashed and he said, "Who is the last pawn in the Imperial Palace?" At this time, Jing Liuli, who had been standing in the hut, said in a cold voice to Yang Tai Guanjian, who had returned to his side, "Sect Uncle Lin should have seen it, but I cannot." Yang Tai Guanjian wanted to speak but sensed an unusual presence. He frowned and turned to look at the mountain path behind him. Chapter 301. People like Tan Tai Guanjian naturally had a presence that could control a storm. While he did not show any of his vital energy, when he turned and looked back, he caused the darkness around him to tilt in his direction. Ding Ning immediately sensed Tan Tai Guanjian's abnormality. Following Tan Tai Guanjian's gaze, he saw a youth in indigo robes appear on the mountain path. Wearing the unique indigo robes of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, he was naturally a disciple of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Also, the youth had a young face, and looked to be about the same age as Ding Ning and the others. He had to be Tan Tai Guanjian's junior in the sect. Yet Ding Ning knew that most people would only sense Tan Tai Guanjian's turn when his emotions were clearly fluctuating. Then he noticed Jing Liuli's brow furrowed deeply. Among the new generation of Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivators, no one had cultivation that could trouble Jing Liuli. So Jing Liuli's present cultivation could only be due to this youth's identity. Also, this youth's appearance should not have been part of her plans. "Who is it?" Ding Ning turned around, glanced at Li Shixing and asked. Usually, when people were puzzled, they would ask him. But this time, he was the one asking Li Shixing. Because he also sensed Li Shixing's body vibrate strangely. Among the top 10 students, Li Shixing was one of those who had entered the top 10 with the easiest entry. That was because his actions were extremely ruthless. That kind of coldness came from his bones, like the nature of a wild beast. This kind of coldness did not just disregard the lives of others, but even his own. He gave everyone the feeling that if there was a possibility of killing his opponent, he would not show mercy. But this kind of coldness caused the two opponents he encountered to lose their courage to fight. At the start of the battle, when they felt they were at a disadvantage, they admitted defeat in fear. A person like Li Shixing would not be afraid of experts. The only possibility was that he recognized this youth in green robes. Li Shixing was silent for a moment and said, "I said before that it may not be a good thing for me to stand on your side." Before the others could react, Ding Ning said calmly, "So he is Duanmu Jingzong?" "Duanmu Jingzong?" Zhong Yi reacted and asked in shock, "What is he doing here?" Du Gubai frowned deeply as he stared at the youth who was slowly approaching. Duanmu Jingzong was an official disciple of Minute Mountain Sword Sect, but his status in Minute Mountain Sword Sect was far from Jing Liuli's. He did not understand what Duanmu Jingzong could do. Because the matter of the past in Changling was related to two marquessate establishments, almost everyone knew about it. That young youth dressed in indigo robes had just walked into the mountain valley. In some low conversations, all the cultivation teachers understood his identity. Everyone's expressions grew strange. Duanmu Jingzong walked very steadily and quietly. As he got closer and closer, everyone could clearly see his clean and delicate features. His face was even younger than Ding Ning and the others, like a child who had not grown up. But as he walked, he had a presence that surpassed ordinary students. His clear gaze was focused on the path ahead of him. He did not scan the surroundings as he walked straight towards Lin Suixin. Lin Suixin's eyes showed even more interest. 50 feet from him, Duanmu Jingzong stood still and bowed. He said clearly, "Greetings, Sect Uncle Lin. The sect master has kindly allowed me to attend the last sword competition. Please arrange it." What? The valley was in an uproar, and the sounds of discussion buzzed incessantly. However, after a breath of time, the sounds of discussion suddenly vanished. Jing Liuli had appeared next to Lin Suixin and Duanmu Jingzong. "You are going to attend the last top 10 trials?" Jing Liuli's cold voice sounded into everyone's ears. Duanmu Jingzong nodded and said shyly, "As an inner sect disciple, there is no reason for me to attend the trials. So I asked to see the sect master and have him allow me to leave Minute Mountain Sword Sect and attend the trials as an ordinary student." Although this was a little ridiculous, the sect master still allowed it. Thinking that I should have no problem passing the previous stages, he only made me take the same medicinal powder, and then made me eat a sea willow pill. The mountain valley was in an uproar again. When everyone learned of his identity, they could guess that he had appeared for past revenge. But no one had expected him to use such a method to seek revenge, and no one had expected Bailey Sushue to agree. It is very simple to have your body close to these people. Jing Liuli narrowed his eyes at Duanmu Jingzong and said, but master will not agree. With sect uncle he as an example, I do not dare to use master's name. Duanmu Jingzong's expression did not change as he said, but the sect master allowed me to leave Minute Mountain Sword Sect and attend the trials as an ordinary student. He has a condition. Considering that I have cultivated in Minute Mountain Sword Sect for many years, he said to me, if I lose to any of these people, I will not pass the trials and will no longer be a disciple of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. At these words, all the cultivation teachers in the mountain valley were shocked speechless. But Jing Liuli's expression did not change. Her tone grew colder. Since master has agreed, I cannot stop you. But are you sure you want to do this? Duanmu Jingzong smiled bashfully and bowed slightly to her. He said, I will trouble senior sect sister. I hope senior sect sister will agree. Jing Liuli did not say anything else and did not look at him. She turned and walked back to Yangtai Guanjian's crude hut. Everyone's shock spread like a storm that had been brewing for a long time. How can it be like this? Xieru's face became very pale. Because her emotions were fluctuating too violently, her voice trembled. The goal of most students was to enter the top 10 and obtain a chance to cultivate in Minute Mountain Sword Sect. But Ding Ning wanted to win. Duanmu Jingzong joining the top 10 competition was creating a powerful opponent for Ding Ning. Also, Duanmu Jingzong, who had cultivated in Minute Mountain Sword Sect for many years, may be stronger than anyone ranked above Ding Ning on the Book of Talent. Zhong Yi's face was also pale, and his lips were trembling, but he had no way to say anything. This was the decision of the Minute Mountain Sword Sect master, and the trials were a ceremony for him to choose disciples. Such a powerful move. Dugu Bai looked at the seemingly childish and harmless Duanmu Jingzong with a disdainful expression. We all thought that she had hidden a hidden pawn, but no one had expected that she had buried such a clear pawn. Yixin understood the meaning in Dugu Bai's words. He was stunned speechless, but his heart grew cold. Li Shixing had been exiled outside the pass until the winter before the year when he was allowed to return. He had come to participate in this sword trials. From the words he said when he stood next to them, they faintly sensed that Li Shixing's meaning was to be an enemy of Ding Ning in the trials. But Li Shixing chose to rebel. At this time, Duanmu Jingzong was using being expelled from Minute Mountain Sword Sect as a wager to participate in the final competition. This price was not possible just for the hatred of childhood. Li Shixing and Duanmu Jingzong seemed to have the shadow of the mistress of the Changling Imperial Palace behind them. All of them showed the mistress' ability to do whatever she wanted. As expected, you have not changed. You are still so cautious that it is irritating. At this time of chaos, Ding Ning's expression did not change much. But a hint of indiscernible disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 302. The younger they were, the more impulsive and hot-blooded they were. Adults were usually more cautious and would weigh the pros and cons. So the older they were, the more they feared death. People like Shui Wangshu were rare in Changling. The valley returned to silence. Looking at the young Duanmu Jingzong, all the cultivation teachers present felt colder than Yixin, Dugu Bai, and the others. Because they had deliberately wiped out the Basin Kendo ground and the traces of that person, there were very few records of that mistress of Changling in the records. However, everyone knew that she was perfect. Her appearance was perfect, her cultivation speed was perfect, and her plans were perfect. She seemed to have never failed in anything she did behind the scenes. Being too perfect was the same as being terrifying. Even more importantly, she seemed to be everywhere, constantly reminding all the cultivators of Changling of her terror. Do you know what his cultivation is now? Dugu Bai frowned slightly and asked Li Shixing. Li Shixing did not speak and simply shook his head. Dugu Bai's gaze swept over everyone around him, and his expression became even more solemn. That means no one knows his current cultivation level. He should have cultivated Minute Mountain Sword Sect's heavenly breathing method. Ding Ning glanced at him and said, unless he starts to fight, no one can sense his true cultivation. You have to be first. Dugu Bai grimaced and looked seriously at Ding Ning. If you are afraid of not fighting for first, then I will stand on the other side, Li Shixing said coldly before Ding Ning could answer. Even if Duanmu Jingzong is on the other side. Hearing their words, Ding Ning said calmly, I want first. Zhong Yi could understand the meaning in Dugu Bai's words. He was usually the most humble and gentle, but at this time, he said with a pale face, my junior sect brother is not afraid of death. I am not afraid. Dugu Bai was silent for a moment and said, I wonder what Lin Suishan will do next. This is no longer just a gamble between White Goat Cave and Zheng Xiu. In the simple and crude hut, Jing Liuli stared coldly at Ding Ning's figure and said, right now, there is still Shizuan and Zheng Xiu's bet. Master is proud. He will allow Duanmu Jingzong to do this because he accepted the wager. He wants Zheng Xiu to know about Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Even if Zheng Xiu has such arrangements, she will lose. Sect Uncle Lin understands the spirit of Minute Mountain Sword Sect better than I do, and Master's pride. So the following matches will be absolutely fair, and will not contain any of his personal emotions. After saying this, she turned to look at Tantai Guanjian who had been listening to her and added, I only hope that Ding Ning will not disappoint Master. Yangtai Guanjian maintained his silence. Bailey Sushua's judgment naturally surpassed him, Lin Suishan and the other Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivators. This meant that Bailey Sushua also thought highly of Ding Ning. But Bailey Sushua's opponent was Empress Zhang Xiu. Bailey Sushua did not have much confidence in such a wager. Pan Ruoi's expression was slightly cold. Before the Deer Mountain Conference, she rarely left the cultivation grounds of the Imperial Palace. So she cultivated peacefully and rarely had any special emotions. In the view of anyone, she should be one of the Empress people. But at this time, she started to understand why Li Shixing had made such a choice at the start, and rebelled to stand on Ding Ning's side. This was because she felt as if there were countless invisible spiderwebs in the air around her. These spider threads formed an enormous web. These invisible spider threads were like strings that were used to control marionettes, connecting everyone around them. She did not feel that some of the things the Empress did were wrong. But she did not want to become a puppet to be controlled. On the mountain path between the cliffs, the yellow-robed middle-aged man who had been delivering messages for palace attendant Rong showed more bitterness. He had started to suspect that Ding Ning could win, but now, he lost confidence again. There was still some time to rest. Ding Ning sat down. Zhong Yi and the others naturally wanted to sit down as well. But their figures suddenly froze. Ding Ning looked up at the other end of the hut. The mountain valley was still silent, but an unusual presence rose. Duanmu Jingzong was not sitting quietly on the other side, and was slowly walking towards them. In the darkness, Duanmu Jingzong's steps were light. His red and thin lips were slightly raised, and there was a happy smile on his young face. No hatred or anger could be seen. Long time no see. When he was still a distance away from Ding Ning and the others, he spoke to Li Shixing. His young face was still filled with a smile, and people felt that he was very innocent. But because of this, many people felt a chill and felt that this person was slightly abnormal. Li Shixing looked coldly at him and did not want to speak. It is good that you do not like to speak. Duanmu Jingzong walked closer, and smiled even more amiably. Do you know why I killed your dog back then? Li Shixing suddenly looked up, and his breathing sped up. Because that dog did not like me, and always liked to bark at me. Duanmu Jingzong smiled and said, I liked that dog very much, but it did not like me. Just like back then, I wanted to be friends with you, but you did not like me. Li Shixing growled in a low voice, I'm going to kill you. Back then, you wanted to kill me, but you cannot kill me now. Duanmu Jingzong shook his head and said, back then, you broke 2 of my ribs. Today, I will break 2 of your ribs. After saying this, he did not look at Li Shixing, but at Ding Ning who had sat down. He said with a smile, actually, I have another reason for participating in the sword trials. It is because of you. Ding Ning glanced at him and did not immediately respond. You really are very funny. Duanmu Jingzong's young face did not show any disdain, but his words were full of mockery. You wanted to be first from the start, but you did not think that back then, we did not dare to mention first in the trials. What kind of background do we have? We did not even dare to do this since we were young. With your background, you want to be first. Are you not mocking all of us? After a pause, Duanmu Jingzong said sincerely, so in the following trials, the two opponents I hope to encounter the most are Li Shixing, and you. Deathly silence. The expressions in the eyes of many of the teachers became even more complicated. Duanmu Jingzong's viciousness likely meant that this wine shop youth's fate would be tragic. Ding Ning looked at Duanmu Jingzong and still did not speak. Duanmu Jingzong did not care. He smiled slightly and turned around. Previously, I learned of your past with Li Shixing. I thought that if I encountered you and fought, I would also break 2 of your ribs. But the moment he turned around, Ding Ning said, but I have seen you now. If we meet in the trials, I will break 4 of your ribs. Ding Ning's expression was calm as he spoke. His tone was also calm. In everyone's impression, he spoke like this most of the time. But inexplicably, seeing him speak, most people felt even colder than when they first thought of the Empress' perfection. This coldness was even more real. Duanmu Jingzong did not look back. The smile on his face started to disappear. But before he could speak or do anything, Ding Ning, who was sitting on the ground, stood up. Some gasps sounded uncontrollably. Ding Ning gripped the hilt of the last flower sword and then bowed to Lin Suishan in the distance. He said, if permitted, I want to fight him. An even louder cry of surprise rang out. Zhong Yi, Du Gubai, and the others looked in disbelief at Ding Ning. They even doubted their eyes and ears. Ding Ning's words were clearly an invitation to a duel. He wanted to fight Duanmu Jingzong directly. If this was any other time, such a duel invitation would have been established. But in the trials, he needed Lin Suishan's agreement. Everyone's shocked gazes gathered on Lin Suishan. Inviting me to a duel? Duanmu Jingzong smiled after recovering from his shock. Chapter 303. Everyone on the sidelines thought that he would say something to make Lin Suishan agree, but his performance once again surprised everyone. He smiled, shook his head and said, apologies, I refuse. Lin Suishan's eyebrows rose slightly. He glanced at Duanmu Jingzong and did not speak. Ding Ning looked calmly at Duanmu Jingzong's back and said, you do not dare. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. This was no different from a naked provocation. Duanmu Jingzong's smile suddenly disappeared. He turned around and looked coolly at Ding Ning. He said, there is no hurry. Ding Ning also looked at him and said emotionlessly, if we are late, we may not meet them. Duanmu Jingzong was not angry and smiled sweetly. You are very confident. You seem to feel that you can defeat me. Duanmu Jingzong spoke to Ding Ning, but his gaze landed on Li Shixing behind Ding Ning. He smiled and said, I understand what you mean. You feel that you are stronger than Li Shixing and me, but at the same time, you feel that Li Shixing is not as good as me. So you fear that I will encounter Li Shixing in the following trials, and Li Shixing's fate will be tragic. So you want to finish me first. I have seen you fight. You are very strong. After a pause, Duanmu Jingzong's gaze landed on Ding Ning. He said with a gentle smile, I must win to become a disciple of Minute Mountain Sword Sect again. So I should be careful. It is better to use less energy to defeat easier opponents than using up large amounts of energy from the start. Shameless. Hearing these words, Xieru couldn't help but curse angrily. Previously, Duanmu Jingzong had come to provoke. But when Ding Ning challenged him to a fight, he said such words. He was very shameless. Most people present felt that Duanmu Jingzong was very shameless. But the more shameless a person was, the harder they were to deal with. To be so shameless in the face of provocation, these people had a higher opinion of Duanmu Jingzong. But what they could not imagine was, did Ding Ning really feel he could defeat Duanmu Jingzong? You really think that way? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, causing many people to hold their breaths. The one who spoke was Li Shixing. Li Shixing looked coldly at Ding Ning. What he said was just his guess. Ding Ning looked at him and said, "If that's the case, I thank you for your kindness." Li Shixing no longer looked at Ding Ning. He looked at Duanmu Jingzong and said coldly, "I will fight you." When this taciturn young man spoke for the first time, most of the people had guessed what he was going to say next. But when they heard it for themselves, they couldn't help but gasp. This matter was related to an old grudge that everyone in Changling knew of many years ago, especially involving two marquessate establishments. If such a duel occurred, the battle between two youths with old grudges would likely be much bloodier and crueler than normal duels. Duanmu Jingzong laughed. His smile was very sweet. No anger could be seen on his young face, and he even appeared very naive. But looking at this smile, most people felt even colder. Many people's gazes unconsciously landed on the still calm Ding Ning. They even started to suspect Ding Ning's motives for standing up. They started to suspect if Ding Ning had purposefully created this situation so that Li Shixing could wear down Duanmu Jingzong's strength. Duanmu Jingzong's lips parted slightly, showing his white teeth as he prepared to speak. However, to everyone's surprise, Ding Ning had already spoken. "Do not agree." Ding Ning looked at Duanmu Jingzong and spoke before he could. Duanmu Jingzong stilled slightly and said with slight disdain, "Why can't I agree? Do you think I am afraid you will provoke me?" After a pause, Duanmu Jingzong added scornfully, "I will not provoke you with words, I will scold you." Ding Ning looked calmly at Duanmu Jingzong and said, "The scolding will be very unpleasant." Those who had started to suspect Ding Ning stilled. Behind Ding Ning, Li Shixing frowned and opened his mouth to speak. "What a joke." Duanmu Jingzong laughed loudly. "Do you think I am afraid of your scolding? Your mother is a prostitute. Who knows if she sells her art and not her body, or her body and not her art?" Ding Ning looked at him who was laughing and said calmly. Hiss, gasps could be heard all over the valley. The temperature of the entire valley seemed to have dropped along with the sound of the gasps. All the teachers of the cultivation places by the side of the field looked at Ding Ning in disbelief, their faces even turning cold and stiff. These words were extremely vicious. Because all the cultivation teachers present were old, they knew some of Changling's past. So they knew that Duanmu Jingzong's mother, Zhong Xiaohuan, had come from a brothel in the past, and had been one of the most popular courtesans in Changling. While many courtesans back then sold their art and not their bodies, and Zhong Xiaohuan had been one of them, how could there be accurate records of these courtesans? At least, the history books of the Qin dynasty would not waste ink to record the lives of these courtesans. Things that had not been decided could not be refuted. Everyone thought that Ding Ning would attack Duanmu Jingzong viciously, but had not expected Ding Ning to insult his mother so viciously. Previously, Duanmu Jingzong was shameless. Now, he is very vicious. Hearing the gasps in the mountain valley, Jing Liuli said softly, "He is using viciousness to deal with shamelessness." She seemed to be talking to herself, but also to Yang Tai Guanjian. When she said these words, most people in the mountain valley looked back at Duanmu Jingzong. Ordinary students would not dare to use such vicious words to attack Duanmu Jingzong's mother. Otherwise, even if they could become a Minute Mountain Sword Sect disciple, they would suffer the cruel revenge of the Duanmu Marquessate establishment. But Ding Ning was different. From the start, he had shown he did not fear death. He could ignore the message that palace attendant Rong had sent, and did not care about the Duanmu Marquessate establishment. That was why he could say such vicious words, and everyone was sure that he could say even more vicious words in the future. Duanmu Jingzong's smile and calmness had long disappeared. At this moment, his young and tender face seemed to be covered in a thick layer of frost. "You are very good." Looking at Ding Ning, who was not in a hurry to speak, he took a deep breath and said these words. Then he turned to look at Lin Suishan, bowed and said, "Insulting one's parents is a great enmity. Sect Uncle Lin, please fulfill my wish." "What's wrong? You can't stand it after hearing someone curse at you?" Lin Suishan had a slightly disdainful expression. He said, "If it was me, even if he insulted my parents with words many times worse, I would treat it as a fart. The innocent will know they are innocent." Duanmu Jingzong did not look up and said coldly, Of course I am not as good as Sect Uncle Lin. You call me Sect Uncle. I will give you a word of advice. Lin Suishan put away his disdain and said emotionlessly, since we have spoken, and you are determined, I can agree. Duanmu Jingzong smiled. His young smile appeared extremely cruel and chilling. You did not want to fight me, but I forced you to fight. So I still won. But Ding Ning was as calm as before. He looked at him and said, in the following duel, I will still win against you. Duanmu Jingzong glanced at him and said disdainfully, is there any meaning in saying this now? There was an uproar in the field, and countless voices rang out. Only now did everyone realize that the duel had already taken place. Before everyone's fight started, Duanmu Jingzong and Ding Ning would fight first. Just a short while ago, everyone thought that Duanmu Jingzong was the strongest pawn of the perfect woman in the imperial palace. Zhong Yi's mind was blank. He was the closest to Ding Ning, but he was dazed and did not dare to believe this was true. In the distant valley, Huang Zhenwei's brows furrowed deeply at this moment. His eyes began to shine with an indescribable emotion. He thought of a possibility that even he felt was not possible. Chapter 304. Ku Shichuan's lips were pressed into a line. His eyes were strangely red again. He looked at Ding Ning from a distance, but could not understand Ding Ning's thoughts. Why are you doing this? Li Shixing could not understand Ding Ning's thoughts. He took a step forward and asked Ding Ning harshly. Ding Ning did not answer. He turned to look at the stunned Zhong Yi. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also to Zhong Yi. He said softly, since you are going to do it, you have to be thorough. I should be thanking you. Before Li Shixing spoke again, Ding Ning looked at him, Dugu Bai and the others. He said, without you, I would not have entered the top 10 so easily. Hearing his words, Li Shixing and Dugu Bai stopped breathing at the same time. They felt that Ding Ning's words contained deep meaning. But this meaning seemed to be separated by a layer of mist. They seemed to be able to faintly see it, but could not grasp it. Ding Ning did not say anything else and walked towards the empty space ahead. Duanmu Jingzong narrowed his eyes slightly. For the first time, vital energy flowed from his body. In the next moment, his body was blown up by the wind and easily landed dozens of feet away. He waited for Ding Ning to walk in front of him. He was the only person present who did not ponder why Ding Ning was doing this. He had always been narrow-minded. So he only imagined killing Ding Ning with his own hands like he had killed Li Shixing's dog. I only hope that you will not admit defeat before you fall. He said expressionlessly as he looked at Ding Ning who had walked in front of him. Ding Ning did not think carefully about the meaning of the words. He raised the last flower remnant sword and said, then what are you waiting for? Many of the teachers of cultivation places frowned deeply. At this moment, Ding Ning did not even want the rest time that Lin Suishan had given him. Duanmu Jingzong took a deep breath and looked up. He had no sword in his hand. No one could see where his sword was. As his eyes emitted a biting cold light, he began to exhale. Right now, it was already summer. If anyone breathed normally, they would not produce white energy like in winter. However, as he exhaled, 2 streams of white energy came out of his nostrils. Then he glanced at Ding Ning. With just this action of looking, 2 streams of white smoke shot out from his nostrils, leaving behind several afterimages in the air in front of him. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The 2 puffs of white smoke disappeared from his nostrils, but a real, crystalline sword aura appeared in the air and shot towards Ding Ning's forehead at a terrifying speed. Instantly, countless shocked voices rang out. Everyone could see that this was a sword seal technique. Using sword energy to draw seals, the primal energies of the universe would gather to attack the enemy. But Duanmu Jingzong was able to use his vital energy and energy to cast such a move in the span of a breath. Among the shocked voices, there was a sudden crack, and then a wave of real coldness. The cultivators in the mountain valley found that the sound came from in front of Ding Ning. The last flower remnant sword in Ding Ning's right hand did not move. It did not even bloom with the white flowers that represented the last flower remnant sword. Yet, The crystalline sword energy that was falling towards his forehead had shattered. The shattered sparkling sword energies were like countless fine stars as they shot backwards in the air in front of his brows. Then, they turned into fine streams of sparkling energy. Around these fine stars and streams of energy, there was a ball of deep darkness surging, the edges also starting to sputter out countless cold black lines. Many cultivation teachers reacted quickly, and their gazes unconsciously landed on Ding Ning's left hand. While Ding Ning's rise in Changling had been astounding, and many of his cultivation matters were more secretive than the other young geniuses of Changling, many cultivation places still knew that Ding Ning had received some of forefather Zhu's inheritance in the Zhu family ink garden, and that Ding Ning had mastered such a powerful fiendish condensation method. Duanmu Jingzong's pupils contracted slightly. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, and then it turned into a strange shout. A disbelieving shout burst out of his mouth as his sword energy cracked. At this time, the cultivation teachers who reacted the fastest had not yet had the time to look at Ding Ning's left hand. The sound of a violent tide sounded in the air. The black tide surged out of Ding Ning's palms. The cold fiendish sword energies that had accumulated in Ding Ning's meridians all surged out of Ding Ning's body, forming a terrifying tide. Dozens of cold fiendish sword energies charged out at the same time towards the screaming Duanmu Jingzong. Almost everyone held their breaths. At this time, the weather was slightly hot, and there were even the cries of toads in the forest. But because of this violent black tide, the mountain valley became bone-chillingly cold. Duanmu Jingzong's pupils contracted to tiny black dots. As he screamed, he raised his right hand. His right sleeve shattered into flying pieces. Rings of purple-red sword light swirled around his slender arm and flew outwards. Everyone saw his sword. This was a strange purple-red soft sword. A moment ago, it had been hidden in his sleeve like a poisonous snake and coiled around his arm. At this moment, as the purple-red sword light flew out, this soft sword that originally exuded a cold and cunning aura also exuded a violent aura at the same time. The rings of sword energy that formed around his arm were accompanied by powerful primal energies of the universe. Thunder clouds spun out. The thunder cloud expanded rapidly, like the flying ribbons of a fairy flying in the sky in a picture book. In an instant, a curtain of violent thunderclouds formed in front of the violent black tide. Dozens of heart-shaking cracks sounded at the same time. Amidst the violent thunderbolts, dozens of cold black clouds were formed at the same time, emitting a terrifying aura. At this time, Ding Ning's figure disappeared from his spot. There were still the afterimages of small white flowers in the air. In the air between Ding Ning and Duanmu Jingzong, there seemed to be flowers scattered by goddesses that were still floating. However, Ding Ning's figure had already appeared in the rippling black clouds. Multiple blue lights lit up in the lightning that had not completely dissipated, so fast that even the eye could not catch them. Duanmu Jingzong screamed again, the purple-red soft sword in his hand nodding furiously like a poisonous snake. Wherever the tip of his sword went, the blue light flashed, and several dazzling sparks exploded in an instant. Ding Ning continued forward. The blue light flashed around Duanmu Jingzong. Duanmu Jingzong screamed and retreated. His wrist seemed to vibrate faster and faster, so much so that the purple-red soft sword in his hand seemed to vibrate like more and more poisonous snakes were flying around him. Yet, these purple-red snake shadows could only stay 3 feet in front of him. He could not even move his sword forward. What sword form is this? Because it was too fast, when Duanmu Jingzong had retreated a dozen steps and the golden light around him flashed, multiple students shouted in shock. Aurora Sword Manual. The fastest sword manual on the second sword nucleus. Jing Liuli narrowed her eyes and said to herself. This time, it was not just her voice that was cold, but her face as well. In such a short time, he even comprehended the Aurora Sword Manual of the Zhao Palace. Jing Liuli was not the only one to see Ding Ning's sword form that was so fast the blade could not be seen. These cultivation teachers were so shocked their bodies turned numb, and their usually steady hands started to tremble. Pan Ruoi's breathing completely stopped. She was one of the cultivators with the highest cultivation present, but even now, she could not see Duanmu Jingzong's true vital energy cultivation. Duanmu Jingzong did not have a chance to show his true vital energy cultivation. Ding Ning was at most peak Realm 3 and not Realm 4. Duanmu Jingzong's vital energy cultivation was definitely higher than Ding Ning's, but he had been suppressed by Ding Ning from the start and lost the initiative. Under the pressure of Ding Ning's pure pursuit of speed, he could only deal with it. He did not even have time to use his vital energy or move his sword. Even his vital energy flow was blocked. He could not even move his sword forward to counterattack. Everyone could see that Duanmu Jingzong could not be faster. "Can you be faster?" But at this time, everyone saw Ding Ning speak, and then Ding Ning's unique calm voice sounded in their ears. Chapter 305. Duanmu Jingzong did not speak. He did not have time to make a sound. The moment Ding Ning said the first word, Ding Ning's eyes lit up, brighter than the stars in the sky. Suddenly, many gentle auras appeared around his body. A glowing flow of water formed around his body. Although it was night, the sparkling and translucent stream of water sparkled, giving anyone the feeling that it was a lake under the setting sun. The indigo sword energy created by the Aurora sword manual from the last flower remnant sword had not changed at all. But when this glowing flow of water formed, the indigo sword energy sank into the flow of water, and seemed to merge with the flow of water. It sped up. Duanmu Jingzong did not have time to think. His mind was taken over by terror as he furiously retreated. He did not have time to ponder how Ding Ning could be so fast, but he knew he could not keep up with Ding Ning's speed. But the unconscious reaction of a cultivator like him usually meant the reality of what was about to happen. Or rather, when he felt he could not keep up, everything had already happened. It was too late for his body to move. There was a loud bang. The ground several feet around Duanmu Jingzong was shattered. Dust and gravel formed a circular wave that furiously spread outwards with a terrifying force. Ding Ning's body seemed to be hit by a carriage and flew backwards. Many cultivation teachers had shock in their eyes. Most of the students who had been eliminated had shock and confusion in their eyes. They could not understand the scene in front of them. They could not understand why there seemed to be an explosion around Duanmu Jingzong, and why Ding Ning, who had been about to stab Duanmu Jingzong with his sword energy, had been sent flying. There was a muffled sound. Time seemed long at this moment, but in reality, it was extremely short. This was the sound of Ding Ning landing heavily. Ding Ning's feet landed on the ground dozens of feet away, and 2 balls of dust exploded under his feet. His face was slightly pale, but his body was unusually steady. The moment he landed, his knees bent slightly, and easily neutralized the impact of the landing. He stood very steadily. Duanmu Jingzong's body appeared in the lotus-shaped dust and air. Everyone saw that his face was as pale as snow, and his eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Most of the spectating students did not understand what was happening. But in the next moment, Duanmu Jingzong's legs gave off intimidating sounds. These students looked in shock at Duanmu Jingzong's legs. Many bright red colors appeared in their eyes. Threads of blood shot out of Duanmu Jingzong's legs like sharp blade. A strange cry of fear, anger, and confusion rang out. Duanmu Jingzong finally gave a strange shout. Unable to control his body, he took a step back and fell to the ground. What's going on? How could this be? Seeing this scene, many students could not control their emotions and shouted. No one answered the students' questions. Ding Ning had already adjusted his breathing and the surging Zhenyuan in his body. He said, "I hope you won't admit defeat so easily." As his voice rang out, his body had already begun to move forward. With a shrill hum, a slanted white sword light smashed towards Duanmu Jingzong's body as he advanced. This white sword light was like a goat's horn that was tilted upwards. This was the white goat hanging horn of White Goat Cave. The true sword essence of this sword was endurance and stalemate. Based on Ding Ning's previous performance, he had more exquisite sword forms to use for this attack. Yet Zhong Yi, who had been dazedly watching this battle, felt his eyes moisten. He could sense the meaning of this sword, the meaning of his little sect brother's attack. Under Shui Wangshu's teachings, he had comprehended the true meaning of white goat hanging horn. Yet at this time, He felt that even Xue Wangshu's sword essence could not compare to Ding Ning's. Jin Liuli's face paled slightly. Even Yangtai Guanjian's breathing stopped. This was the most perfect sword essence he had seen in recent years. Most of the spectating students changed expression. They felt that Duanmu Jingzong, who was sitting on the ground, could not stop this attack. Did Ding Ning want to kill him? However, the competition had not ended yet. It was completely understandable that Ding Ning took advantage of the situation to attack. Another furious shout came from Duanmu Jingzong's mouth. Blood was still spurting out from the sword wounds on his legs, releasing intense sizzling sounds. However, at this moment, he forcibly stood up and swung his sword forward. There was a muffled sound. The purple-red sword hit Ding Ning's last flower remnant sword like a hammer. Then the soft sword moved like a viper, wrapping around Ding Ning's sword and cutting towards Ding Ning's finger. But at this time, Ding Ning's left hand was pressing towards Duanmu Jingzong's chest. Duanmu Jingzong's left hand shot out like lightning. There was an explosion at the same time. In the next moment, there was a sharp sound of metal scraping, gasps, and the sound of bones cracking. Duanmu Jingzong vomited blood. His body bent backwards and he fell back uncontrollably. Ding Ning's left hand was still in an extended position, the waves of energy still wrapping around his arm. The purple-red sword wrapped around his remnant sword weakly scraped against the last flower remnant sword as Duanmu Jingzong retreated, creating threads of fire. Why is it like this? Many students found it difficult to breathe. In just now's battle, Ding Ning's power had overwhelmed Duanmu Jingzong. His left hand had pushed aside Duanmu Jingzong's left fist and then hit Duanmu Jingzong's chest. They did not need to hear the sound of bones cracking just now. Seeing Duanmu Jingzong vomiting blood, they were certain that several of Duanmu Jingzong's ribs had been broken. Ding Ning had really broken Duanmu Jingzong's bones. But how was this possible? Duanmu Jingzong's vital energy cultivation was far above Ding Ning's. How could there be such a difference in power? Ding Ning ignored their shock. He did not pause at all and continued to move forward with his sword. There was not much vital energy flowing on his body right now, but when he passed through the chaotic air currents and dust ahead, an indescribable presence formed. So strong. Only now did Dugu Bai's breathing return to normal with some difficulty. He could not help but exhale. But then he felt it was not enough and said, "Too strong." Duanmu Jingzong's eyes were filled with Ding Ning's figure. Sensing this indescribable presence, his anger turned to terror. He was certain that if he did not admit defeat, Ding Ning would mercilessly break several of his ribs in the next moment. "I admit defeat." He opened his mouth and let out an anxious and uneasy scream. Ding Ning did not hesitate to put away his sword and turn around. Everything quieted down. The entire mountain valley fell silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed to disappear. There was only the faint chirping of cicadas in the distant forest. All the spectating students looked in shock at Ding Ning's figure and realized the battle was over. Duanmu Jingzong, who had been the last to join and had even gambled leaving Minute Mountain Sword Sect, had lost to Ding Ning. Then, all of them began to replay the battle scene that they had just captured in their minds. Even the dumbest students started to understand what had happened just now. Ding Ning had immediately used all the cold sword energy he had accumulated in his body. Starting with violence, he then used his fastest sword form. Duanmu Jingzong did not even have a chance to counterattack. He did not even have a chance to use his vital energy and use his cultivation advantage over Ding Ning. In the next moment, Ding Ning used the sword manual of Cloud Water Palace. Using the sword manual of Cloud Water Palace and the Aurora sword manual, he moved even faster. When Duanmu Jingzong's sword arrived, his body sank into the terror of death. His body instinctively pushed out his vital energy and primal energies of the universe. While the great power produced prevented Ding Ning from cutting off his legs, the vital energy and primal energies of the universe in his body were almost used up. Even his blood was shaken to its limits. So this was the true reason Duanmu Jingzong could not muster any power. He could not match Ding Ning in terms of power and had his bones broken in one blow. Duanmu Jingzong was like a peerless sword, but this sword did not even have a chance to leave its sheath before it was broken. Why is it like this? While they knew the reason, many students could not help but exclaim in their strong disbelief. Chapter 306. Everyone could sense the power contained in Duanmu Jingzong's vital energy explosion. Even with the suppression of the medicine, and possibly other methods that Bailey Sushue had added when allowing him to participate, Duanmu Jingzong's vital energy cultivation had reached the peak of Realm 4. His body had naturally leaked out in a dangerous situation, and the primal energies of the universe that had not condensed into a wave of energy had sent Ding Ning flying back. A major realm difference in cultivation caused Ding Ning's power to be like a child and an adult in front of him. How could a child win against an adult? But now, the adult had been beaten down by a storm of punches from a child, and did not even have a chance to punch. Many students felt inexplicably uncomfortable. They instinctively put themselves in Duanmu Jingzong's place, thinking that if they had Duanmu Jingzong's great power, they would not even have a chance to display it. They did not even have a chance to use their sword, and they felt uncomfortable. Just thinking about putting themselves in Duanmu Jingzong's place made them uncomfortable. As the person involved, Duanmu Jingzong naturally felt even more uncomfortable. This kind of discomfort surpassed the pain he was experiencing. Blood was still foaming at his mouth, and he couldn't help but yell out crazily, "I will definitely kill you. You are taking advantage of the situation. Next time, you will not be a match for me." Hearing this shout, Ding Ning, who was walking back, did not respond. He did not even frown. This still caused Duanmu Jingzong to be unable to use his strength. He was stunned and felt even more discomfort as he shouted, "In order to win against me, you used all of your accumulated cold fiendish sword energy at once. I want to see how you will win." All the spectating students and cultivation teachers were shocked. This was a problem Ding Ning had to face. Ding Ning frowned slightly. He stopped and turned to look at Duanmu Jingzong, who was sitting on the ground with a crazy and vicious expression. "You know so much about me. Your true goal in joining the sword trials is me, and not Li Shixing. You are willing to be someone's tool. You are not a commander, but a pawn. What is there to be angry and discontent about?" These words were not loud, but not just Duanmu Jingzong, but many students outside froze when they heard them. Some even unconsciously lowered their heads that they usually held up proudly. They all understood what Ding Ning wanted to express. In this grand sword trials that attracted the attention of the world, no matter how outstanding they were just pawns on the opposing sides, and Ding Ning was a general. He fought with his own will, against Palace Attendant Rong and the perfect shadow that was everywhere behind her. Just from this point alone, he was already a level higher than all of them. Therefore, although Ding Ning's words were flat, they could feel the pride in them. This pride was enough to make them repent. Duanmu Jingzong's mouth was agape, but his expression froze. He was speechless. A cultivation teacher turned to look at the camp resting on the cliffs behind him. He knew that Palace Attendant Rong would also be looking at this mountain valley. Duanmu Jingzong was a vicious pawn in the trials. If such a setup spread, all the cultivators in the world would admire and fear the abilities of the perfect woman in the imperial palace. Yet such a vicious pawn had been so easily defeated by Ding Ning. This invisible slap was resounding. He thought that Palace Attendant Rong's expression would be spectacular. Palace Attendant Rong was thinking the same as this cultivator. She was staring at the figures of Duanmu Jingzong and Ding Ning in the night. But unlike what he had imagined, Palace Attendant Rong's expression had not changed much. She still had a cold and noble expression. Duanmu Jingzong recovered from his daze. He was extremely narrow-minded and would not be appeased by Ding Ning's words. He gritted his teeth and could not help but say something more. But at this time, Ding Ning did something that stunned him. Ding Ning turned and bowed to Lin Suixin. Then he looked at He Zhaoxi and said, "I want to challenge He Zhaoxi." Cries of disbelief rang out like a tidal wave. Even Du Gubai, Yi Xin, and the others widened their eyes in shock. "Little sect brother, you. Zhong Yi could not understand what Ding Ning meant. His voice trembled and he could not say a complete sentence. "You want to challenge He Zhaoxi now?" Lin Suixin looked coolly at Ding Ning with a meaningful smile at the corners of his mouth. Ding Ning nodded and said, "If permitted, I want 15 minutes to rest." Uproar. Everyone was certain they had heard correctly. Ding Ning had just defeated Duanmu Jingzong and now he wanted to challenge He Zhaoxi to a duel. Just the continuous requests for a duel were shocking enough. Also, He Zhaoxi had been on his side from the start. Yet at this time, palace attendant Rong, who had been looking at the valley, changed expression. For the first time, she showed true shock. Why? When everyone's gazes gathered on him, He Zhaoxi, who had been low-key in the crowd, frowned slightly and looked up at Ding Ning. Ding Ning looked at him and did not answer. But through his gaze, He Zhaoxi knew that Ding Ning felt there was no need to answer. "When did you discover it was me?" He Zhaoxi asked seriously after a moment of silence. Then he looked at Ding Ning and said, "If you do not resolve my doubts, I will not agree to duel with you." As he said this, soft gasps sounded again. Zhong Yi, Xie Ru, and the others looked at He Zhaoxi and quickly paled. "He is the Empress' hidden pawn?" Jing Liuli took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. He said, "Even I did not see that he is the Empress' hidden pawn." Amazing. Yang Tai Guanjian felt these words were old-fashioned. But after thinking for a moment, he still felt that these words were the best to describe his feelings at this time. First, he took care of Duanmu Jingzong, and now he is challenging He Zhaoxi. Jing Liuli gave a rare smile and said, "If he is going to do it, he will do it thoroughly. In the end, am I the one who arranged this competition, or him? He wants to defeat these people one by one." On the other side of the valley, Huang Jinwei had a hint of a grimace. He felt his speculations were becoming reality. The commotion in the valley continued. Most people did not think as deeply as Huang Jinwei and Jing Liuli. They only reacted because of He Zhaoxi's words. He Zhaoxi was the hidden pawn. Everyone had to admit that as the hidden pawn, He Zhaoxi was the best choice. Because he was too mediocre, he didn't attract much attention. Other than his unique mother-son sword, many people did not have much of an impression of his face. Even they, who were watching from the sidelines, could not see such a hidden pawn. How could Ding Ning, who was in the game, detect it? If he could not get an answer to this question, if it was him, he likely would not be able to calmly fight. "You are too calm." Ding Ning's voice sounded and the chaos in the valley suddenly disappeared. "From beginning to end, you have been too calm." He Zhaoxi frowned deeply. He thought for a moment and said, "Your reason does not convince me. You are also very calm." "I am not like you." Ding Ning shook his head and looked at him. He said, "I am calm when I see Zhong Yi and Xie Ru because I am certain they will win. I know what will happen next. But you do not understand me. You do not understand them as well as I do. You do not understand those swords and sword manuals as well as I do. Being as calm as I am is unusual." After a pause, Ding Ning said slowly, "This kind of calmness makes your joy after seeing them win seem fake. I only see this kind of fake in your eyes." He Zhaoxi's expression darkened and he said self-deprecatingly, "In a sword trial like this, you still have the mood to observe the minute expressions in each person's eyes." Ding Ning nodded and said, "Because I am not a pawn, what I need to pay attention to is different from you. A good commander-in-chief." He Zhaoxi sighed emotionally and then his hand landed on his sword hilt. At this moment, his action made everyone understand that he had accepted this duel. "Why?" An angry and confused voice sounded at this moment. Zhong Yi looked at He Zhaoxi, his chest rising and falling violently. "You are a student of Green Vine Sword Academy. White Goat Cave belongs to Green Vine Sword Academy. If junior sect brother Ding Ning wins, Green Vine Sword Academy will also be honored. The summer cicada is unearthed and shocked the world. Who shocked the world is very important." He Zhaoxi looked calmly at the excited Zhong Yi. He looked up at the distant mountains and said, "You do not know, but I do. Not long ago, a cultivator died in the mountains of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. That person was also surnamed He." Chapter 307. The Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivator with the surname He was naturally He Shanjian. At this time, most of the students present did not know that a cultivator of Minute Mountain sword sect had died before the last competition. Yet, almost all the cultivation teachers present knew of this matter. However, they did not know how He Zhaoxi learned of this, or the relationship between He Zhaoxi and He Shanjian. He is my uncle. When I was young, I practiced the sword with him. He Zhaoxi looked at the distant mountains and said slowly. Zhongyi did not know what had happened. He looked in puzzlement at He Zhaoxi. He did not understand what the death of the Minute Mountain sword sect cultivator had to do with Ding Ning. My uncle is the best cultivator of the He family. Whoever he listens to, the He family naturally listens to. He Zhaoxi did not look at Zhongyi and continued. Hearing this, all the cultivation teachers who knew that He Shanjian had died at Bailey Sushue's hands knew that He Zhaoxi, He Shanjian, and the other cultivation places of the He family had always been the perfect mistress people in the imperial palace. You are so willing to be used by others. Zhongyi looked in puzzlement at He Zhaoxi and said in a trembling voice, I always think that cultivators should follow their own emotions. My uncle died because of this matter. The person who killed my uncle wants to bet that Ding Ning will win. I do not want Ding Ning to win. This is my most direct emotion right now, He Zhaoxi interrupted Zhongyi and said. Many cultivation teachers felt a chill in their hearts once again. He Zhaoxi's words caused them to think of which cultivator to die, and the most suitable cultivator to die may have been purposefully arranged. The middle-aged man in yellow robes standing on the mountain path could not help but feel sorrowful again. The horizontal and vertical Changling was a chessboard. People like him and He Zhaoxi could not escape the fate of being chess pieces. Zhongyi increasingly felt that He Zhaoxi's words were absurd, but he could not find words to refute him. I'll wait for you. He Zhaoxi did not say anything more to him. He looked away from the distant mountains, glanced at Ding Ning at his side and started to walk towards the open space ahead. Everyone's eyes once again fell on Ding Ning, and then many people held their breaths. They saw Ding Ning quietly closing his eyes, as if he was using this short period of rest to meditate and replenish his true essence. Lin Suishan didn't say anything and just waited patiently. 10 minutes was very short, as precise as an hourglass. At the end of the 10 minutes, Ding Ning opened his eyes. Then, he bowed to Lin Suishan who was waiting patiently and said, Senior, please don't arrange any more matches. I will challenge them one by one. What? When Duanmu Jingzong appeared and was quickly defeated by Ding Ning, and then Ding Ning found He Zhaoxi, the most unlikely hidden chess piece. The cultivation teachers and students present had become numb to the waves of shock. Yet when Ding Ning spoke, they were still shocked and could not help but doubt their ears. Ku Shichuan and Yi Haoran's bodies uncontrollably shook. They couldn't help but look at each other. Ding Ning had not looked at the two of them when he spoke to Lin Suishan. Yet the two of them knew that Ding Ning's next opponents could only be the two of them. Yi Haoran's brow furrowed deeply. Ku Shichuan could not help but laugh. He laughed happily and sincerely. This was the funniest joke in the world. Zhongyi, Dugu Bai, Yi Xin and the others were stunned. They finally understood the true meaning behind Ding Ning's words, if you want to do something, do it thoroughly. Ding Ning wanted to use his own power to defeat He Zhaoxi, Ku Shichuan, Yi Haoran and the others to win. You guessed he was going to do this long ago. Pan Ruoy heard the gasps around her and looked at Huang Jinwei whose expression did not change. She frowned slightly and asked coolly. Huang Jinwei grimaced and said softly, when he challenged Duanmu Jingzong, I had a feeling. But I had not expected him to actually do this. If he can win like this and end the competition, it will be more satisfying. This will give White Goat Cave and Shui Wangshu the greatest glory. Pan Ruoy looked away from Huang Jinwei and took a deep breath. She murmured to herself, he really is worthy of the last flower sword in his hand. Only a person like him can turn this sword trials that the world pays attention to into a grudge between him and the imperial palace. Only he can be so ruthless. Dugu Bai refocused and shook his head in admiration. He said, if he can win against He Zhaoxi, Ku Shichuan and Yi Haoran, we will give up on fighting him. He will naturally be first. Yi Xin smiled bitterly and said, if he can do it, will you not give up? Dugu Bai laughed. He is enough to be my teacher. If he can win against 3 people in a row, he will naturally be first in the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Do I have the face to fight him? It is winning against 4 people in a row. Yi Xin said emotionally, Duanmu Jingzong, He Zhaoxi, Ku Shichuan, Yi Haoran, of all the young geniuses in Changling, who can win against these 4 people in a row? Zhongyi opened his mouth but could not speak. Because even he felt that it was impossible. Even though he always felt that his little sect brother was extraordinary, Ding Ning was made of flesh and blood. He would get tired, bleed and use up vital energy. This is impossible. Finally, a student shouted in shock. Daring to do it is one matter, being able to do it is another. At this moment, a mocking laugh filled with ridicule rang out, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The speaker was Ku Shichuan. Ku Shichuan's eyes were so red they seemed to be rouged. He looked disdainfully at Ding Ning who was walking towards He Zhaoxi. He sneered and said, Xie Changsheng said that my judgment of you will be reversed each time, but I do not believe it. If a Realm 3 cultivator can win against a Realm 4 cultivator in a row, what is the use of the cultivation records in the world dividing the realms so clearly? Most of the students present did not like Ku Shichuan, this Shadow Mountain Sword Cave student who had inexplicably risen to the top 3 of the Book of Talents. They especially disliked his feminine presence. But his words shocked them and they realized that Ding Ning was not in the same realm as Ku Shichuan and Yi Haoran. Ding Ning had not reached Realm 4. If he wanted to win, he had to win against those of higher realms. This was absolutely impossible. This was something that had never been recorded in the history books of the cultivation world. But were there really no records like this? Looking at the expressions of Ku Shichuan and the students, Jing Liuli's eyes showed slight shock but also clear disdain. She thought inside, it is not that there are no records like this, but Changling does not have such records. You are too young and have not seen such records. Ding Ning did not respond to Ku Shichuan's words. In his view, as that woman's hidden pawn, He Zhaoxi was more dangerous than Ku Shichuan. Facing an opponent he had chosen and was fated to defeat, even thinking of words of disdain was a waste of energy. A patch of black clouds floated over. It covered the stars and the valley appeared even darker. The timing was perfect. Ding Ning finally felt some joy in his heart. This was impudence. After being in Changling for so long, this was the first time he felt such pleasure and could be so impudent. Come. He looked up at He Zhaoxi who was much taller than him. Then he raised the last flower remnant sword and held it across his chest. He Zhaoxi also looked up. He heard the distant chirping of summer cicadas. For him, this was a chirp that belonged to him. Then he gripped the sword Ding Ning had chosen for him and attacked without hesitation. In the darkness, an ear-piercing chirp sounded. Chapter 308. The Minute Mountain Sword Trials had always been the focus of the world. Because of Ding Ning, the trials had gained many unique colors. Ever since his identity as a hidden pawn was revealed, He Zhaoxi, who was unknown compared to most of the students participating in the trials, was fated to leave his name in the records of future generations. This was a true case of shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Yet when the sword howled like a cicada, He Zhaoxi did not advance but retreated. His previous exhaustion had completely disappeared. His body gave off a feeling of being filled with vitality and power. With one step, an oval pit appeared under him. He was thrown back like a stone thrown from a catapult. At the same time, the excessively broad sword in his hand gave off glowing sword energy as thin as cicada's wings and slashed towards Ding Ning like it was cutting through the night. Many students felt admiration and even shame at this moment. He Zhaoxi's attack was extremely steady and confident. Ding Ning had chosen this mother-son sword for him, yet he had no hesitation in attacking. He was also not in a hurry. It was as if his opponent was not someone who could make him even more famous, but just an ordinary opponent. These students thought that if they were in his shoes, they would not have such a calm state of mind at this time. Even more importantly, He Zhaoxi appeared to be full of vital energy and stamina right now. Now, everyone could see that He Zhaoxi had deliberately concealed his strength. Yet, in order to conceal his strength, He Zhaoxi had paid a great price, lost a lot of blood, and fought for a long time with his opponent. Being able to maintain an abundance of true essence and physical strength after repeated injuries and battles was his most frightening aspect and greatest advantage. So, He Zhaoxi was not in a hurry. He could slowly wear down Ding Ning. He felt that Ding Ning would be more anxious than him. In Ding Ning's intentions, he did not just want to defeat him alone, but leave power to deal with Ku Shichuan and Yi Haoran. So his first attack was called Cicada Curtain Heavy. Each strand of sword chi seemed to be as thin as a cicada's wing, light and fragile. However, if Ding Ning wanted to enter, these strands of sword chi would instantly pile up like a curtain and become extremely heavy. Jing Liuli narrowed his eyes and looked at He Zhaoxi's attack like a cat staring at a mouse. She thought that there was nothing wrong with He Zhaoxi's attack and strategy. She just wanted to see how Ding Ning would respond. The cicadas continued to chirp. Ding Ning stood where he was and did not move a single step. He simply thrust his sword forward. Cries of surprise rang out. Especially Zhong Yi and Xie Ru, their faces were as white as snow. His body was instantly surrounded by countless sparkling and translucent sword chi like cicada wings. When the sword chi flew past, many drops of blood appeared in the air. Ding Ning's body was cut in many places, with bright and hot blood splashing out. How could this be? Many students stilled, and could not help but wonder inside. Previously, they had been unable to believe it because Ding Ning had been too strong. Now, they had accepted Ding Ning's strength, and could not believe that such a strong Ding Ning would be wounded by He Zhaoxi's attack. But they could not believe it because they could not understand Ding Ning's response and attack. They could not understand, but most of the teachers and cultivators of Minute Mountain Sword Sect who were far stronger than them could understand. Powerful. Gang Ren shook his head and gave a soft sigh of admiration. Jing Liuli frowned slightly. Ding Ning's strength caused her to feel nervous and uncomfortable again, even though she also admired Ding Ning. While Ding Ning's skin was cut in many places and looked terrible, the wounds were very shallow. They did not even need to be treated and would immediately stop bleeding. Just now, Ding Ning had only used his sword to deflect away some of the sword chi that posed a true threat to him. Ding Ning's attack did not even use up any vital energy. This sword was like an army of arrows. Tens of thousands of arrows fell on him, but he could see clearly the few arrows that were the real threat to him. Other than those few arrows, he didn't care about the rest of the arrows. Just by paying a small price, he was able to expend a round of arrows. He Zhaoxi also did not understand Ding Ning's attack. Seeing the blood droplets flying in the air, although he could not understand, his sword was still steady. His body was still flying backwards, and before his feet landed on the ground, he had already made a second strike. Dozens of green sword lights swam forward along the body of his sword. Their speed was astonishing, but they twisted and turned in the air, and the order of each sword light was slightly different. These dozens of indigo sword lights were like vines that wrapped around Ding Ning's frail figure. This was one of the famous sword forms of the Green Vine Sword Academy, Green Vine Coil. Ding Ning moved forward naturally. Then, he struck again with his sword. This time, his attack was even simpler. The last flower remnant sword in his hand did not give off the feeling of a sword form, and just knocked on a vine like a short stick. Then, he walked through the dozen or so green vines that were making hissing sounds. More than 10 green vine-like sword chi landed behind him. In this moment, many uncontrollable gasps sounded in the valley. Many students finally understood. The teacher of the Green Vine Sword Academy who had brought He Zhaoxi and Nangong Tsaishu to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials could not help but take a step forward, his expression incredulous. Ding Ning had easily defeated this green vine coil. Any sword form naturally had flaws, weaknesses that could be found, and could be defeated. But even this teacher of the Green Vine Sword Academy had not expected this green vine coil to be so easily defeated. Ding Ning seemed to have seen the weakest point of this sword form with a glance. Then he did not use any special sword moves, just casually hit the weakest point of this sword form, and walked out of the net of sword energies. He just relied on an ordinary stab, timing, and footwork so natural. This kind of defeat caused this teacher of the Green Vine Sword Academy to have the feeling that Green Vine Coil was so weak. He even started to doubt all the sword forms in the Green Vine Sword Manual. He Zhaoxi's expression changed. His breathing completely stopped in this moment. He did not dare to believe it, and his body instinctively attacked again. Countless green sword energies appeared in the air in front of him and floated towards Ding Ning. This was the 1,000 leaves fall of the Green Vine Sword Academy. The meaning was countless green leaves falling from the sky. These sword energies were naturally denser, more chaotic, and untraceable. All the gasps suddenly stopped. All gazes gathered on Ding Ning. Ding Ning's figure still did not make any violent movements. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he moved forward as though he was walking normally, and then attacked with his sword. Even as the green leaves fell, his posture was still very natural. He flicked, stabbed, and slashed. He seemed to casually strike down some of the falling green leaves. The ground around him hissed. Small beads of blood flew up from his body. Yet, he quickly walked out of the green leaves dancing in the air. Even the white flowers on the last flower remnant sword had not bloomed. The teacher of the Green Vine Sword Academy was so shocked he could not describe it with words. His body trembled. He Zhaoxi forgot to retreat, his face as white as paper. Seeing Ding Ning come closer, he finally understood that he could not use a long-distance sword form to deal with Ding Ning. A violent howl came from his throat. With this loud roar, his arms seemed to have doubled in size. His muscles bulged, and the excessively wide green sword in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling green light. The entire sword was raised high, and at the same time, his feet stomped on the ground, and his entire body leapt into the sky. It was as if he was holding a mountain-splitting axe and was about to cut open a gully in the ground as he smashed it down towards Ding Ning. This was the mountain-splitting axe, a common sword move that many swordsmen in the Qin dynasty army would use. It purely pursued an instant of explosive power. Since he was certain he could not use his previous method to deal with Ding Ning, He Zhaoxi immediately changed tactics. He wanted to use pure power to overwhelm Ding Ning. Yet, in this moment, Ding Ning naturally stopped his advance and took a step back. The huge sword light fell, landing a foot in front of him and to his side. Pieces of cracked and exploded earth even smashed into his body, but he simply raised his sword and stabbed out diagonally. With a hiss, the sound of sword energy tearing through the air came from his last flower sword. He Zhaoxi screamed. His body flew backwards before he could stabilize, leaving after images in front of him. Fresh beads of blood flew through the air. A faint line of blood appeared on his abdomen. Chapter 309. Many of the cultivation teachers were so shocked they could not speak. Ding Ning's attack was natural. His footwork, position, and timing were exquisite. Not to mention a cultivator who had learned the sword for less than a year, even cultivators who had been immersed in the sword path for decades, like them, would find it difficult to achieve such perfection. Most cultivators in the world would not be able to achieve such perfection in their entire lives. Most cultivators would not be able to do it in their entire lives. But a young person like this could do it. In the view of these cultivators, this had nothing to do with cultivation or birth, just talent. This was true peerless talent. The sword mark was very shallow. After He Zhaoxi landed, only some small beads of blood seeped out of his skin. Yet, this sword mark seemed to have cut into He Zhaoxi's heart. He stopped and looked at Ding Ning with an unusually pale face. He asked, "Why is it like this?" Ding Ning did not continue to attack. He stopped and looked at him. He said, "Your strongest attribute should be endurance. Your endurance is enough for you to wear down many people, but it is useless against me. Your vital energy and sword manual are too ordinary. No matter how much effort you expend, I do not need to expend any effort to deal with you." All the students and cultivation teachers listened intently to Ding Ning's words. Most of them thought that Ding Ning was right. He Zhaoxi's greatest weakness was that his sword forms were too ordinary compared to the other top geniuses. Yet, all of them thought that Ding Ning's words were unreasonable. Even if they were ordinary, from He Zhaoxi's performance just now, he was a Realm 4 cultivator and used the exquisite sword moves of the Green Vine Sword Academy. A Realm 4 cultivator could not force a Realm 3 cultivator to use their full power. It was absurd for a Realm 3 cultivator to say that a Realm 4 cultivator's vital energy and sword forms were too ordinary. At this time, Ding Ning looked at the unusually pale He Zhaoxi and said, "Can your vital energy be stronger? Have you comprehended an even more exquisite sword manual?" The mountain valley was silent again. Ding Ning's words were said calmly, but most students felt unspeakably uncomfortable when they heard this. Earlier, when Ding Ning was fighting Duanmu Jingzong, he had said, "Can you be any faster?" Duanmu Jingzong could not be faster, so he lost. So Ding Ning's meaning was clear: if your vital energy could not be stronger, if you did not have a profound sword manual that was a level higher than the Green Vine sword manual, then you can admit defeat. In that calm tone, what was revealed at this moment was arrogance and recklessly burning impudence that did not put his opponent in his eyes. "I already knew that you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be this strong." Du Gubai turned to look at the dazed Zhongyi and couldn't help but smile. "You still underestimate your junior brother." Zhongyi was dazed as though he was in a dream. He had seen Ding Ning's calm attitude many times, but he had never seen his junior brother burning like a wildfire. "Next, I will challenge you. I will let you know that while Xie Changsheng is not here, your words will still become a joke." At this time, Ding Ning turned slightly and looked at Ku Shichuan. Ku Shichuan's expression turned cold. He sneered. "Is that so? You will not have any other ending." Ding Ning glanced at him and then turned to slowly raise his sword at He Zhaoxi. Either admit defeat, or attack. He used his actions to force He Zhaoxi to make a choice. He Zhaoxi's mind was blank. He subconsciously thought of a sword move that he had comprehended from the sword embryo. That was a sword move far more exquisite than his other sword moves. Of course, he did not want to admit defeat, so he used this sword move. Kai. A cracking sound was emitted from the cyan sword in his hand. The small sword that was the spine of the sword once again left the body, turning into an indigo meteor that shot towards Ding Ning's figure. At the same time, his large indigo sword danced with a wild presence. Sword energy spun madly like the wind blades on some artifacts and turned into wild winds. The mist in the night sky suddenly thickened. The wild wind gathered the mist to form a tornado with many water droplets that leapt towards Ding Ning from all directions like serpents. He Zhaoxi's vital energy had reached its limit and was close to triggering the poison in his body. His body seemed to give off light. Wherever the wild wind blew, the stones on the ground were blown apart. He Zhaoxi's body advanced at the same time. The indigo sword flashed with many sword shadows like lightning in the wild wind. This sword move was the 10 Directions Thunderstorm of the former Wei Imperial Palace. While it did not match the Thunder Dragon sword of the court swordsman back then, it was astounding when used by He Zhaoxi. Seeing Ding Ning's figure disappear in the wild wind, many students thought they could not withstand such a blow. But in this moment, a clear sound rang in everyone's ears. Then, to everyone's shock, they saw a patch of fine white flowers appear in the tornado facing He Zhaoxi. He Zhaoxi's pupils contracted and his breathing stopped. The wild wind dissipated. Ding Ning's figure broke through the wind and stabbed towards his throat. Seeing his 10 Directions Thunderstorm appear to have no effect, He Zhaoxi's coldness could not be described with words. But in this moment, he reacted faster than usual. The indigo sword in his hand bent and swept towards Ding Ning's sword-wielding arm like a pole. Ding Ning suddenly pulled back his sword and held it horizontally to block. There was another loud clang. Ding Ning fell backwards like a bird with broken wings, falling into the countless wild wind formations behind him. He Zhaoxi's indigo sword vibrated rapidly and gave off a strange hum. This blow had forced Ding Ning back into the chaotic 10 Directions Thunderstorm. No matter how one looked at it, it was his victory. Yet, he inexplicably felt that something was not right. It was also at this moment that his breathing stopped abruptly. A green flowing light shot out from the scattered wind, and with a puff, it entered his abdomen. Blood sprayed out of his abdomen. He Zhaoxi screamed in shock and bewilderment. His body unconsciously retreated. Countless gasps could be heard. A small indigo hiltless sword was buried deep in He Zhaoxi's abdomen, the tip coming out of his broad back. Blood flowed down the tip of the sword like worms. He Zhaoxi bowed his head. Only now was he certain that what had pierced his abdomen was the sub-sword that had shot out of his sword. Just a few breaths ago, he had had a lot of energy in his body. But as the great pain passed from his sword into his mind, he felt that all his energy seemed to have been sucked out as he retreated a few steps. How can it be like this? He looked in front of him and screamed. Many cultivation teachers thought the same. They took a deep breath and looked at the roiling thunderstorm. Some awe appeared in their eyes. Just like how they were Jing Liuli's seniors but still looked at Jing Liuli with awe. They could understand why this was the result. Ding Ning had defeated the 10 directions thunderstorm and hit the small sword. He had slightly changed the trajectory of the small sword. Finally, when the sword had blocked, he had violently shaken the mother sword, causing the mother sword's energy to become chaotic and unable to catch the small sword that had shot back. However, they could not understand how Ding Ning was able to do this. Lin Suishan, who had been expressionless, laughed again. At this time, Ding Ning's voice sounded again and reached everyone's ears along with the wind. These are the sword moves recorded on the sword nucleus. I have seen them. You dare to use them? Also, you are so unfamiliar with them. Also, when I said those words, I knew you would use the sword moves on the sword nucleus. As these words sounded, Ding Ning's figure slowly came out of the wind and reappeared in everyone's sight. Everyone's gazes froze. Did he just spend such a short time to understand all the sword moves on it? A student could not help but shout in a daze. It is not a big deal if he understands. Jin Liuli also took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. She murmured to herself, the key is that if you understand, you can catch some of the others' mistakes and easily resolve them. That is true swordsmanship. Ding Ning turned and looked at Ku Shichuan. Behind him, He Zhaoxi slumped to the ground. Chapter 310. No one looked at He Zhaoxi. The sound of cicadas was still loud in the forest, but these sounds did not belong to him. The summer cicadas came out of the ground, shocking the world with a single feat. They still belonged to Ding Ning. Everyone's gaze gathered on Ding Ning. Some of the teachers of the cultivation places were shocked and somewhat numb. If such a person was not the champion, then who was the champion? Vital energy realm is easy for talented cultivators to improve, but to counter moves, battle instincts, comprehension, and use of sword forms and sword essence is harder for cultivators to improve. Dugu Bai looked emotionally at Ding Ning, who had turned around as He Zhaoxi fell to the ground. He shook his head and then bowed to the smiling Lin Suishan. He said seriously, no matter what, I forfeit the following competition. Yixin stilled and then looked at Lin Suishan. He said, me too. No one made a sound at this time. Everyone knew what Dugu Bai and Yixin meant. Ding Ning's previous actions showed his absolute trust in Dugu Bai and Yixin. He believed that if he could defeat He Zhaoxi, and then defeat Ku Shichuan and Yi Haoran, then all his enemies would be defeated and he would not need to fight. Dugu Bai and Yixin publicly forfeited. Other than showing Ding Ning that they were trustworthy, they also showed that they believed Ding Ning could defeat Ku Shichuan and Yi Haoran. Zhong Yi looked stiffly at Dugu Bai and Yixin. He hesitated, but he still thought of Ding Ning's words. Since you are going to do it, you have to do it thoroughly. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and then bowed to Lin Suishan. He said, me too. I forfeit. Xieru also bowed and said. Everyone's eyes fell on Li Shixing, who was standing in front of Xieru. Li Shixing frowned and sneered unhappily. Can't you see that I have to say the word forfeit? His tone was very rude, but no one responded. This was because the air in the valley seemed to have become heavier, making it difficult for many people to breathe. Now, it had nothing to do with the duel. Including Ding Ning, there were only 3 students left. Unless Ku Shichuan and Yi Haoran also forfeited, or Ku Shichuan and Yi Haoran fought first, the 2 of them would inevitably have to fight Ding Ning. Ever since you saw me, you've been mocking me non-stop. The reason for that is because you're jealous of me. You don't believe that someone like me can be more outstanding than you. Ding Ning looked at Ku Shichuan, who had an extremely dark expression, and said slowly, in the end, you feel that I am easy to bully, that White Goat Cave is easy to bully. If you were from a different background or a different powerful sect, you wouldn't have done this at all. Hearing Ding Ning's birth, almost all the students and the spectating cultivation teachers were shocked. They felt that Ding Ning's words were not just for Ku Shichuan, but also for that palace attendant Rong. Ku Shichuan looked down and said coldly, "There is no White Goat Cave." Ding Ning smiled and said, "Starting today, everyone will remember that Shadow Mountain Sword Cave is not as good as White Goat Cave." Ku Shichuan sneered and looked up at Ding Ning. He said, "You think you will definitely win? Even if you want to conserve your energy, just now, did you not use up a lot of energy and vital energy to receive He Zhaoxi's blow? I still have 15 minutes to rest." Ding Ning's eyes narrowed as he smiled. He said, "While the time is short, it is enough to recover the vital energy I just used." After saying this, he turned to look at Lin Suishan and said, "Can I rest for a cup of tea's time?" Lin Suishan smiled. He was too lazy to even nod. No one would have any objections. Even if the sword trials went according to the most normal rules, there would still be 10 minutes between each battle to heal and rest. Ding Ning closed his eyes. Then everyone saw that he had entered a state of introspection and cultivation. Many students felt even more bitter. They increasingly felt that Ding Ning was terrifying, and they knew that Ding Ning would become even more terrifying. Now, there are only 3 people left. There are no other possibilities. Pan Ruoy looked at Huang Jinwei next to her and said, "Who do you think will win in the end?" Huang Jinwei hesitated slightly and said with difficulty, "I think it will be Ding Ning." Pan Ruoy's expression suddenly turned cold. She said, "So you feel that she will lose this time? Her first defeat will be at the hands of this wine shop youth?" Huang Jinwei's breathing grew difficult. This didn't seem very likely, but in his judgment, it seemed like it was going to happen. Even if she does not win in the end, this kind of performance is enough to gain Bailey Sushua's favor. Pan Ruoy looked away from Huang Jinwei and into the night ahead. Her gaze did not seem to be focused as it floated in the night. "If she really loses, in your judgment, what will be the fate of this youth?" "I do not know." Huang Jinwei shook his head. He really did not know. Because Zheng Xiu had never lost, he could not judge. The time to drink tea quickly passed. Ding Ning did not need anyone to remind him to open his eyes and wake up. There was a commotion in the crowd in the valley, and then it quickly became absolutely quiet. Ku Shichuan glanced at Ding Ning and did not speak. The deep red in his slightly sunken eyes suddenly deepened as though they were filled with blood. Then he started to draw his sword. His sword hilt was dark red, and the blade was even brighter red. As he drew his sword, a stream of blood seemed to flow out of the scabbard. As he started to draw his sword, Ding Ning started to swing his sword. The two sides disliked each other. They had said what they needed to say. Now, only battle was left. The drama began in an instant. Pew 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 pew, a heavy sword essence landed in front of Ku Shichuan. Then there were the dense buzzing sounds everyone was familiar with. Small pillars of dust rose from the ground, colliding and forming a sandstorm. Ku Shichuan's figure disappeared into the sand. As for the rolling sand and dust, it began to transform into countless dust swords. Ku Shichuan still started with the earth vein sword dust concealment. Before this, other than Nangong Tsaishu, no one had been able to receive his sword. In the fight between Nangong Tsaishu and Ku Shichuan, everyone had seen that Nangong Tsaishu had been taught by Ding Ning. But this time, everyone immediately saw that Ding Ning did not use the same sword form as Nangong Tsaishu. He swung his sword gently. It was like he was swinging a soft stream of water. As a wisp of faint aura spread out, his sword light brought out many sparkling and translucent streams of water wherever it passed. These water streams were disrupted by his sword light, shattered, and splashed into countless transparent water flakes, like countless fish scales, or like countless shattered mirror pieces. Ding Ning's figure turned into many Ding Nings under these glowing levels. What sword form is this? Many students had complicated emotions in their eyes. Ku Shichuan's sword was hard to defend against because he had completely concealed his figure. It was almost impossible to sense where he was in the sand. Now, there were many Ding Nings, and people could not be sure which one was Ding Ning's figure. This was using air against air, concealment against concealment. Also, they could sense that Ding Ning's sword did not need to expend much vital energy. At least, he used less energy than Ku Shichuan's sword. Ku Shichuan stopped. He could not sense Ding Ning's exact location. The changes in this sword form were enough for him to form thousands of dust swords and charge at all of the Ding Ning's figures in front of him. But he had a strong feeling that if he did that, he would just waste a large amount of vital energy in vain. The violent vibrations of energy suddenly disappeared. All of the pillars of dust collapsed as though they had lost their lives, and rippled outwards on the ground. His figure appeared in the waves of dust. Almost at the same time, all of the glowing water in front of him turned into droplets and fell. Ding Ning's true figure appeared. The two held their swords and faced each other as though nothing had happened. "You are very lucky." Ku Shichuan looked coldly at Ding Ning and said, "You can see my sword. This sword has never appeared in the Shadow Mountain Sword Cave. You cannot have seen such a sword. So you cannot defeat it." At the same time his voice sounded, all the crimson color that filled his eyes instantly faded away. At the same time, a sharp sword intent suddenly appeared in his left hand, and then a thick crimson smoke gushed out. Chapter 3:11. A strong dryness appeared in the mountain valley. There was no temperature higher than the air, but as Ku Shichuan's red eyes faded, the moisture in the air in front of Ding Ning suddenly disappeared. From the moment he started to challenge Duanmu Jingzong, Ding Ning's expression had been calm to the point of almost indifference. He had an unreasonable dominance. But when he sensed this strange dryness, Ding Ning's brow immediately furrowed. He retreated as fast as he could. His shoes made tearing sounds. His body shot back like lightning, but he could not keep up with the speed at which Ku Shichuan's thick red smoke condensed from his left hand. There was no sound, but a terrifying aura had already arrived in front of him. Ding Ning's lips were pressed into a line. The last flower remnant sword in his hand suddenly gave off light. He did not seem to make any intense movements, but multiple blue sword threads lit up in front of his chest. With a boom, the blue sword threads immediately exploded and disappeared. Where the sword threads disappeared, a ball of deep red flame exploded. The blue sword threads jumped and flashed in front of Ding Ning's body, faster than the shooting stars in the night sky. Then they disappeared and the same deep red flame appeared. Ding Ning's body continued to fly backwards, his body vibrating strangely. The balls of deep red flame in front of him bloomed like giant peach blossoms. Most people in the mountain valley stopped breathing. Even the proudest Jing Liuli's expression turned cold. True shock flashed through her eyes. "What sword is this?" she asked Yang Tai Guanjian next to her. Even she had never seen it before, and did not understand Ku Shichuan's sword. It was a sword, and not a sword form. In her perception, the thick red smoke rising from Ku Shichuan's left hand was the gathering of fine dust. These fine dust were completely different from the primal energies of the universe that cultivators absorbed. They were extremely heavy and unusually dry. They immediately absorbed all the moisture in the surrounding air. Then the fine red dust condensed into a deep red shadow, faint and indistinct. But it was still a real sword. The fine dust condensed into a sword in Ku Shichuan's hand, and flew towards Ding Ning like a flying sword. This was like the life bond sword and flying sword of a powerful cultivator. But the way the dust condensed and the strange presence was very different from the life bond sword of a cultivator. With Jiyu Shichuan's cultivation that had just reached Realm 4, he could not touch the life bond domain. Yang Tai Guanjian also frowned deeply. He looked with a grave expression at the deep red peach blossoms blooming in front of Ding Ning and said gravely, "This is the Red Mercury sword." Jing Liuli expressionlessly repeated, "Red Mercury sword?" Making red mercury from heavy mercury, refining it into a sword in the body. It is a method between life bond and non-life bond, shapeless and tangible. A cultivation method that the pill masters of the Yu dynasty accidentally comprehended. Yang Tai Guanjian did not turn to look at her and explained, "The pill masters of the Yu dynasty all gathered in the imperial palace, so this cultivation method was not taught to outsiders. It was lost after the Yu dynasty died." Back then, it was an unorthodox cultivation method that was harmful to the body of a cultivator. So there are only a few records. Jing Liuli immediately sneered. So it is a method of imitating life bond before reaching life bond. Heavy mercury is very harmful to the body of a cultivator. After being refined into powder, it is even more dry and violent. It is absorbed into the vital energy in the body. No wonder this Ku Shichuan's personality is growing more irritable. Hearing her scornful and disdainful words, Yang Tai Guanjian shook his head and said, "Too fast." He was the fastest cultivator in Minute Mountain Sword Sect, and even in the world. He naturally had a clearer judgment of sword speed than anyone else present. This kind of red mercury sword was not a life bond sword or a flying sword, but at least it had an attack method similar to a life bond flying sword. Even though this red mercury sword was just a straight shooting attack, for any cultivator below Realm 5, this kind of speed was too fast. In the world of cultivators, it was publicly acknowledged that a Realm 4 cultivator alone could not defeat the flying sword of a Realm 5 cultivator, even if that person's flying sword was clumsy. Where the will was, the sword would fly. This kind of speed was much faster than a cultivator's hand. Unless multiple cultivators below Realm 4 worked together, they could not win. If one won too much in one place, they would win everywhere. Dugu Bai's brow furrowed tightly, and his tone carried a hint of coldness. At this time, Ku Shichuan had completely put down the blood-red sword in his right hand, and allowed the sword to fall to the ground next to him. No wonder he is ranked in the top 3 of the Book of Talents. Now that I think about it, while the Earth Vein sword is extraordinary, he is not qualified to be ranked like that on the Book of Talents with just the Earth Vein sword. Other than Yang Tai Guanjian, the other cultivators in the valley did not know what sword Ku Shichuan was using right now. But everyone could see that Ding Ning was in a dangerous situation. In order to deal with the deep red sword shadows that were constantly changing, Ding Ning had used the Aurora sword that pursued speed. At this time, Ku Shichuan's posture appeared extremely casual. The situation between Ding Ning and Duanmu Jingzong seemed to have completely reversed. Ding Ning seemed to have become Duanmu Jingzong, and Ku Shichuan seemed to have become Ding Ning. At this time, Ku Shichuan really said what Ding Ning had said to Duanmu Jingzong previously. Ku Shichuan looked disdainfully at Ding Ning and said, "Can you be faster?" As this voice sounded, the air around him started to vibrate violently, and the vital energy he gave off grew stronger. With a whoosh, the faint deep red sword light grew several times wider, and the straight sword path suddenly started to twist. In everyone's eyes, it was as though a red carp had suddenly appeared in the darkness between him and Ding Ning. After one red carp, there were many more. Red flames continued to appear in front of Ding Ning like blooming peach blossoms. In everyone's eyes, it was as though many red carps were jumping out of the water and pecking at the blooming peach blossoms. But in reality, these peach blossoms were formed when the red carps arrived. Because they were so fast. So fast that even the cultivator's eyes could not help but see an illusion. Jing Liuli narrowed her eyes. Her eyes were dyed red by the deep red sword light. She could see that Ku Shichuan's red mercury sword was not flying very fast, but because of the natural vibrations caused by the infusion of power, the red mercury sword's flight became erratic. The sword path was erratic, harder for the enemy to judge, and faster. A thread of blood flowed down from the corner of Ding Ning's mouth. As his body rapidly retreated, this thread of blood was blown up by the wind and moved forward slightly. In the next moment, the beads of blood formed by this thread of blood did not fall down or scatter. They flew forward, attracted by the dry heavy mercury dust, and were instantly sucked dry. Ding Ning's hand holding the sword was still steady. He did not seem to have changed at all, but many people still caught such a minute scene. Especially those who were most concerned about his safety. Zhongyi also saw such a minute scene. He knew that Ding Ning looked fine, but under the continuous attacks of the other, his internal injuries had worsened. His face had been pale since Ding Ning started to challenge the remaining opponents. At this time, his lips were trembling. But Dugu Bai, Li Shixing, and the others who were also seeing this scene had not expected Zhongyi to say, "Junior sect brother Ding Ning will win." While his voice was trembling, it was filled with an indescribable determination and confidence. This kind of voice caused Dugu Bai, Li Shishing, and the others to feel that he had a basis for his judgment, and was not just comforting themselves. Dugu Bai turned his head, but he did not have the time to ask why. Because at this time, Ku Shichuan's disdainful voice sounded again. Can you be any faster? Even if you can be faster, how long can your vital energy last? Ku Shichuan's eyes were filled with pleasure. The pleasure at this time made him feel that it was not enough to just say a disdainful sentence. Some heart-palpitating dark red energy started to flow between the fingers of his right hand. The red carp jumping in the air started to shrink and become smaller. More condensed and smaller meant that the resistance would be lower, and he would be faster. Even more importantly, the deep red energy flowing out of his right hand was not injected into the mercury sword, but pressed against the sword and attached to the two sides of the blade. It was like the small red carp had grown wings. The valley became absolutely silent. Only Ku Shichuan's disdainful voice echoed. Many people had an ending in their minds. When the next attack landed in front of Ding Ning's body would have a sword wound and blood. But at this time, Ding Ning looked up. In the darkness, Ding Ning shook his head. Chapter 312. I do not have to be fast just because you are fast. A fast sword doesn't necessarily mean that you have to use a faster sword to deal with it. Ding Ning spoke. When he opened his mouth to speak, a new sword essence had already formed in front of him. It was no longer the sword essence of the Aurora sword. This new sword essence formed at a unique time. The moment Ku Shichuan's pill mercury sword turned from a red carp to a red flying fish, and then sped up. The dry air in front of Ku Shichuan and him suddenly rippled with moisture. As he spoke, the water vapor created by his sword essence rippled forward, and there seemed to be many transparent waves in the air. Then he put his sword away. Almost everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Ding Ning clearly did not want to attack a second time. Since he had put his sword away, with Ku Shichuan's sword speed, he could not attack a second time. So he felt that this attack was enough to deal with Ku Shichuan. But how was this possible? In their perception, Ding Ning's sword essence was extremely faint. When Ding Ning used this sword essence, he did not use large amounts of vital energy. These layers of transparent waves did not contain much power. How could such a sword move stop Ku Shichuan's attack? Even if a miracle occurred, how could he not use a second attack? In this moment, only Yang Tai Guanjian, Jing Liuli and a few others thought of something, and their eyes lit up. It was too fast. Ding Ning had just spoken, and Ku Shichuan had only heard one word, so he did not detect anything wrong. There was a crack. His sword broke through the air. In this moment, the pill mercury sword, like a red flying fish, shattered countless water curtains without feeling any resistance. The transparent water curtains were shattered into powder. The fine water droplets were attracted by the dry pill mercury and flew towards the deep red sword. These extremely fine water droplets quickly seeped into the dried mercury cinnabar. Right now, this small sword with astonishing speed smashed into the layers of water curtains, creating a powerful squeezing pressure in this small and narrow space. The powdery water vapor seeped in even faster than Ku Shichuan's vital energy. The small flying sword was like a whale sucking in water. The layers of waves were shattered into powder, and all the water vapor was sucked into the sword. The extremely dry pill mercury became wet, and then a fine flow of water appeared in the dry land. The water flowed through the sword like a net. The thin sword became fat like a steamed bun that had been soaked in water for too long. The change in the sword was a true qualitative change. This sword was no longer stable, starting to sway and vibrate. In an extremely short amount of time that no cultivator could catch, it vibrated countless times. Other than Yang Tai Guanjian and a few others, the other cultivators watching could not detect the change in this sword. But the master of this sword, Ku Shichuan, finally sensed something was wrong. But it was too late to change anything. This sword was in front of Ding Ning. At this time, Ding Ning had not finished speaking. His last flower remnant sword had just been sheathed at his waist. This deep red pill mercury sword was facing Ding Ning's throat. When Ku Shichuan sensed something was wrong, This pill mercury sword was less than 3 feet from Ding Ning's throat. When he felt inexplicable terror, the tip of the pill mercury sword was just a few inches from Ding Ning's throat. The sharp wind created by the sword energy created a red dot on Ding Ning's throat. Then the red dot started to seep out of real blood. This red dot was about to quickly expand and become an open wound. But in this moment, this pill mercury sword gave off a powerful vibration and then disintegrated. The steel-like pill mercury sword turned into rouge that was washed away by the water and exploded. The sword energy spread, creating the most beautiful explosion of the Minute Mountain sword trials so far. The rouge-like mercury powder was carried into the air by the fine air currents, forming numerous deep red branches and leaves. Then at the ends of these branches, the scattered mercury powder bloomed like peach blossoms. A peach tree that was prettier than any peach tree in the world bloomed with countless flowers. These flowers fell on Ding Ning's body. Ding Ning's body seemed to be covered in rouge and turned into a pink person. But Ding Ning was still standing. His sword was back at his waist. He closed his mouth as he spoke and paused for a moment. So much so that his one sentence became 2 sentences. When this deep red peach tree completely collapsed, and the heavy and damp mercury powder fell to the ground in strange straight lines, Ding Ning's second sentence reached everyone's ears. He was still speaking, but Ku Shichuan's sword had disappeared. He seemed to be used to just now's speed, but could not get used to the coming slowness. A long time after Ding Ning's voice disappeared, someone in the valley moved and made a sound. Then there was a wave of gasps and gasps. This is just clouds and mist rise. This is the first move of Cloud-Water Palace's wind and rain mist. Jing Liuli was among the people who inhaled deeply. Jing Liuli took a deep breath and said slowly, "This is not even a complete sword move." Yang Tai Guanjian was still shrouded in shock. This clouds and mist rise was just a sword move that gathered some water essence for the wind and rain mist rise. It was used to connect and change between sword moves. Yet Ding Ning used such a move to defeat Ku Shichuan's red mercury sword. When Ding Ning faced this attack, he had thought of many possibilities, but he had not thought of this one. At this time, Jing Liuli spoke softly again. This time, her expression was grave and unspeakably serious. "I am not as good as him." Lin Suixin's smile had disappeared. He frowned and looked at Ding Ning, who had been dyed pink. He hesitated and then shook his head. Too great. Then he felt the surging emotions in his heart could not be soothed. He said to himself, "A true monster." More and more people woke up from their incomprehension and shock. What kind of comprehension and swordsmanship is this? The so-called Dugu family is skilled in sword moves that return to nature. Compared to him, they are a joke. Dugu Bai looked at Ding Ning in admiration and then turned to look at Zhongyi, who was still dazed on the ground. "How do you know he will win?" "Because my junior sect brother is smarter than us. Even we thought that Ku Shichuan may not be able to enter the top 3 with the Earth Vein sword. He must have guessed that Ku Shichuan is hiding even stronger sword moves." Zhongyi's gaze was still on Ding Ning. He struggled to answer Dugu Bai. Since he must have thought of it beforehand, with my junior sect brother's personality, if he did not have absolute confidence, he would not use such a method to continuously challenge them. Because this does not just concern his victory, it concerns the glory he promised Xue. Zhongyi's words were purely an explanation, but Dugu Bai and the others heard a meaning greater than life and death. "He is a man of his word." Li Shixing bowed his head slightly and said. Ku Shichuan was motionless. His face was pale to the extreme. Sweat flowed down his forehead and soaked his clothes. He and Ding Ning were not greatly injured. Not far from him was the blood-red thin sword that he had used before. Why is he not attacking again? Why is Ding Ning not attacking just now? Seeing this scene, a student could not help but speak. In his view, while Ding Ning's attack just now was indescribably profound, strictly speaking, the battle was not over. Even though Ding Ning's abilities and cultivation were far above Ku Shichuan's, if Ku Shichuan was shameless and did not admit defeat, he could still fight. Based on the previous events, Ding Ning could not be as soft-hearted as Zhongyi. You think it is because he does not want to attack again? It is because he does not dare to take that sword, he does not dare to attack. A teacher from the cultivation ground answered his question with a cold voice. This student stilled. His gaze landed on Ku Shichuan and Ding Ning. Then he and the other students understood the meaning in the teacher's words. At this time, Ku Shichuan's sword was stuck in the ground several feet away. Ding Ning had put away his sword, but his hand was still by the hilt. Ku Shichuan's pill mercury sword had dissipated. Ding Ning could still be fast. When he had pulled out that sword, Ding Ning's sword essence should have reached his body. Ku Shichuan did not have the confidence to try. So it was not that he did not want to fight, but he did not dare to attack when Ding Ning looked at him like this. Xieru's lips trembled again. She could not describe her feelings at this time. She looked at Ku Shichuan and thought of the many humiliating words this person had said to Ding Ning. She thought of Xie Changsheng. She knew that if Xie Changsheng was here, he would say something. She usually hated Xie Changsheng for causing trouble, but at this time, she could not help but speak and say what Xie Changsheng would definitely say. Her clear voice reached everyone's ears. You do not dare to fight, and are not willing to admit defeat. If I were you, I would find a piece of tofu and kill myself. Chapter 313. Ku Shichuan's body had been extremely stiff. Hearing Xieru's words, his body started to tremble. He did not want to admit defeat. There was another way to admit defeat, to leave silently. But at this time, his sword was on the ground next to him. If he turned and left, he would lose this sword. For the swordsman of Changling, this was a great humiliation. He did not want to speak, but did not dare to pull out the sword next to him. This was a true dilemma. Because of this dilemma, he remained where he was. Most of the people present had not recovered from their shock. They had enough patience to see how things would develop. But not everyone was patient, especially when the result was already decided. Lin Suixin turned slightly. He looked at Ku Shichuan, who remained motionless despite Xieru's trembling voice. He sneered. You still do not admit defeat. Do you really want him to stab you, or should I have someone find a piece of tofu? Ku Shichuan could not ignore Lin Suixin's words. Thinking of how today's events would appear in the records of the future, and the expressions of many people when they talked about this in the future, his trembling lips opened slightly. Before he could make a sound, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Blood sprayed. Peach blossoms bloomed in front of Ku Shichuan again. Ku Shichuan looked dazedly at the dots of blood on the ground. He smiled bitterly, his smile containing indescribable pain. He could feel the reverse blood in his body still surging. Any normal cultivator would try to control the reverse blood in their body because the reverse flow of blood in the meridians would bring about many worse results. But at this moment, Ku Shichuan felt that everything was meaningless. Even after putting in so much effort, he could not defeat Ding Ning, and could not even receive the other's blow. What was the meaning of life like this? Ku Shichuan turned around in pain. As he laughed hoarsely, a mouthful of blood came out of his lips again. Then he fell to the ground in an ugly posture. Then, he nonchalantly got up, walked a few steps, and fell down again. Looking at his struggling figure in the night, many students felt that he was just an empty shell. Without defeat, how can there be victory? Wanting to defeat all your opponents with a sword move that no one has seen before is the biggest mistake in itself. Jing Liuli looked at Ku Shichuan's figure in the darkness and shook his head without any sympathy. A person like this, even if he enters Minute Mountain Sword Sect to study, what accomplishments can he have, junior brother? Zhongyi rushed to Ding Ning's side and began to clean up the mercury powder on Ding Ning's body in a flurry. Everyone could feel his excitement and joy, as well as his admiration and care for his junior brother. Therefore, no one felt that his actions were inappropriate or that he was being overly sentimental. No need. Ding Ning only used his sleeve to wipe around his eyes and then shook his head at Zhongyi. Zhongyi paused. Looking at Ding Ning's clean features, he shook his head and said stubbornly for the first time, "If you win one more round, you will be first." How glorious will that be? How can I let junior brother welcome such glory in such filthy clothes? No need. Ding Ning shook his head again. He looked at the students standing in the distance and said slowly, "Look at them. Even if I appear sloppy now, will they look at me differently? Zhong Yi stilled. He followed Ding Ning's gaze and swept across the students in the distance. Looking at those trembling and unconsciously avoiding Ding Ning's gaze, he started to understand the difference between now and the beginning of the trials, and what true glory was. Zhong Yi thought of Shui Wangshu and was speechless. There was only one step left. Everyone's gaze landed on Yi Haoran. In reality, even if Ding Ning lost to Yi Haoran in the end, Ding Ning was already the legend of the trials. Even many years later, many people would remember this wine shop youth, and the glory of him and White Goat Cave. But after seeing this legend, everyone felt that only by defeating Yi Haoran and announcing the appearance of a third monster in the Qin dynasty other than An Baosha and Jing Liuli would not be perfect. Many people in the valley were not willing to see Ding Ning win, but they subconsciously wanted to see such a legend appear. So their emotions were conflicted and indescribable. Ding Ning and Zhong Yi also looked at Yi Haoran. Of all the students facing Ding Ning, Yi Haoran was the only one who did not avoid Ding Ning's gaze. Under everyone's gaze, this youth from Li Lingjuan's establishment had a calm expression. I had not expected you to reach this step. He looked at Ding Ning and said calmly, in reality, when I saw you win against Ku Shichuan, I hesitated if I should yield to you in this last battle. This way, I would become a legend. It's just that I've thought it through. There's no point in giving it up or not. Since you have enough confidence, even if I do not yield, I may not be able to win against you. If I do not yield, I may be able to see an even stronger performance. Ding Ning nodded and did not respond. But Dugu Bai was the first to be shocked and excited. Ding Ning walked towards him, towards the pile of wooden swords he had sharpened and had not used. Are you sure it is possible? Dugu Bai looked at the approaching Ding Ning and his voice trembled. With a ripping sound, Ding Ning tore off a strip of cloth from his clothes. When he tied all the wooden swords to his back, he bowed and thanked Dugu Bai. At the same time, he said, it should be fine. Please teach me in the future. Dugu Bai had thought of Zhong Yi and Ding Ning as good friends. But when he saw Ding Ning bow, his expression turned solemn and he bowed deeply. This was the etiquette of meeting a teacher. In Dugu Bai's view, Ding Ning was qualified to be his teacher. The Dugu family was famed in the world for their comprehension and use of sword essence. Even Dugu Bai, the most talented member of the Dugu family in history, was so respectful to Ding Ning. This was enough to move most people present. Other than Zhong Yi and the others who knew what these wooden swords represented from the start, no one else knew what these wooden swords were used for. But these wooden swords clearly belonged to Dugu Bai. Seeing Ding Ning turn around with these wooden swords and walk back to the arena, all the students and cultivation teachers felt powerless. If this really meant a powerful sword move, then it meant that Ding Ning had absolute confidence in defeating Ku Shichuan just now. He had even more powerful moves. Everyone could not help but think that if Ku Shichuan saw this scene, he would be even more embarrassed and unable to bear it. This bundle of wooden swords was slightly heavy on his body. Ding Ning frowned slightly and did not want to waste more time. He pointed at Yi Haoran and raised his sword to his chest. Yi Haoran smiled slightly. I must lose. I must let you win, but I must also have you die. As he smiled, a murderous voice sounded inside. But he did not draw his sword as everyone expected. He nodded at Ding Ning and then closed his eyes. An uproar. His posture of resting with his eyes closed suddenly made his figure appear much more indifferent, calm, and unhurried. This kind of presence surpassed all the previous students. In the next moment, a brand new and powerful aura was released from his body. There seemed to be a new door opening in the world around him. Many threads of new primal energies of the universe rushed towards his body in joy. Realm 5. Before most of the students could react, Jin Liuli looked down and said coldly, breakthrough on the spot. She did not intentionally lower her voice at this time, and it was like a cold wind that swept through the valley, causing those who did not understand what was going on to react and let out even more chaotic cries of surprise. It was very difficult for cultivators to have breakthroughs. The higher they went, the more difficult it was. With every realm up, many people would be stuck at the juncture, unable to comprehend the breakthrough for their entire lives. Yet, Yi Haoran had easily had a breakthrough in the quiet and joyful atmosphere. This meant that he could enter Realm 5 a long time ago. He could enter Realm 5 at any time. Between Realm 4 and Realm 3, there was a great difference in the ability to use primal energies of the universe. There was a huge difference between Level 5 and Level 3. Realm 5 meant that one could use true flying swords. Yi Haoran had entered Realm 5 with his eyes closed. Who could guarantee that he had not grasped how to use flying swords? Ding Ning stilled. His brow furrowed. Then, something unexpected happened. Ding Ning also closed his eyes. More wind currents appeared in the forest. In this moment, many fresh presences started to surge towards his body. Everyone held their breaths at this moment. Even Lin Suixin's eyes widened. Breakthrough. They were all having breakthroughs. Ding Ning was having a breakthrough with his eyes closed. Chapter 3:14. The same breakthrough, and Ding Ning was just Realm 3 to Realm 4, but it shocked everyone even more. Ding Ning had only started cultivating at White Goat Cave last autumn. Even though all of Changling later learned that Shui Wangshu had given the spirit vein of White Goat Cave to Ding Ning for cultivation, his cultivation speed from Realm 3 to Realm 4 could not be described as fast, but inconceivable. Especially after Ding Ning had reached profound understanding in half a day, his cultivation advancement had always been the focus of attention. Most cultivation places knew that at the start of the trials, he had just barely reached the peak of Realm 3. So Yi Haoran could be confident that he had reached his cultivation level a long time ago. But in order to hide his cultivation, he had been standing in front of that door, and had only crossed it at this time. But Ding Ning was different. Ding Ning could not have reached this door early on. He had just reached this door and crossed it. This kind of breakthrough without any obstacles was not recorded in the history books. If one did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe it. The entire mountain valley was filled with shock and disbelief. But at this time, Jing Liuli smiled. Previously, her smile was very cold, and it was always filled with a kind of sharp fighting spirit. However, at this moment, her smile was very warm and bright. Yangtai Guanjian could not help but turn to look at her. He worried that Jing Liuli's mind would have problems and affect her future cultivation. Who dares to believe it? Although his cultivation is not the highest at his age, he has surpassed most of his peers in this world with just 1 year of cultivation. Who would suspect that he is just a flash in the pan? Jing Liuli did not look at Yangtai Guanjian. She still smiled brightly and said, "Starting now, Minute Mountain Sword Sect has 2, and Lingshu Sword Gate only has 1. Minute Mountain Sword Sect is the top sword sect of the Qin dynasty." Yangtai Guanjian stilled. He immediately realized that his worries were wrong. Jing Liuli spoke of 2 Minute Mountain Sword Sect. One naturally referred to herself, and the other was the present Ding Ning. And Lingshu Sword Gate only had 1. Naturally, it referred to Anbaosha. So Jing Liuli was able to say such words because she was standing at a different height. She was looking very far, and she was looking at the future. Yi Haoran's eyelashes trembled slightly. Then his eyes opened, bright as stars. His plain white robes spread in the air around him. A powerful ripple of primal energies of the universe appeared above the mountain valley, mixed with intimidating sword essence. His presence was calm and stable. His vital energy and primal energies of the universe flowed through his body without any awkwardness. Just as everyone in the valley had guessed, he could have entered Realm 5 long ago, as long as he took that step. Sensing the fresh presence coming from the other side, he did not show much shock in his eyes. He could not help but smile slightly and say to himself, "Interesting." This kind of breakthrough, which was not even recorded in the history books, was naturally an unimaginable thing for him. But in his eyes, Ding Ning was about to die. So Ding Ning's breakthrough only amused him, and did not cause any shock. A soft hum came from his sleeve. A small white hiltless sword flew out of his sleeve as though it was alive. Many students and cultivation teachers in the mountain valley narrowed their eyes. They all knew that just like the red mercury sword was Ku Shichuan's true sword, this flying sword that had been hiding in Yi Haoran's sleeve was Yi Haoran's true sword. After a soft hum, there was a swoosh. The handleless small white sword turned into a firefly and instantly appeared behind Ding Ning, stabbing at the aorta on his neck at an angle. Ding Ning opened his eyes at this time. He did not even have time to raise his hand. Yet as his vital energy poured in, the cracks at the front of the last flower remnant sword filled with flowing light. The sword threads danced and formed numerous threads of indigo sword energy in front of the white sword. The white sword light collided with these threads of sword light and lightly flew back. The broken threads of indigo sword energy immediately disappeared. But multiple bloody marks appeared on Ding Ning's neck and started to seep blood. Yi Haoran looked calmly at Ding Ning, his hands hanging at his sides. He did not make any special movements, but the flying white hiltless sword dimmed and disappeared into the night. When the flying sword disappeared, even the spectating students felt great terror. Cultivators below Realm 5 did not have much resistance against the unpredictable flying swords. This kind of terror was as natural as animals seeing their natural enemy. At this moment, Yi Haoran's flying sword was so unpredictable that they clearly realized that Yi Haoran had used some unknown method to practice the flying sword technique. If they were to fight against him, they probably wouldn't even have time to react before they were killed. Where did the white flying sword go? A soft sound came from the grass in front of Ding Ning. Bits of grass flew up, but he still waited silently and did not immediately attack. A weak sword shadow silently bypassed the messy bunches of grass close to the ground. Then it suddenly jumped high into the air, turned into a bolt of lightning, and stabbed viciously at the back of Ding Ning's head. At this moment, Ding Ning did not even look behind him. His waist and abdomen exerted strength, his entire body twisting as he swung the last flower remnant sword towards this sinister flying sword with a momentum that could lift the sky. As though it had eyes at the back of its head, the last flower remnant sword accurately met the hiltless white sword. There was an explosion. The small white sword still flew backwards, but the white sword light on the sword produced wave-like ripples. Without any pause, Ding Ning ignored Yi Haoran, who was not far behind him. His slightly arched body leapt up like a leopard, and the sword in his hand that had not been completely pulled back slashed down again. There was another explosion in the air. The white flying sword retreated again. Ding Ning advanced again, the last flower remnant sword in his hand creating a flash of shadow that accurately hit the hiltless sword. A violent sound came again. It was just a short remnant sword, but in Ding Ning's hand, it gave everyone the feeling that he was holding an enormous hammer. Ding Ning chased after the sword. Many students in the valley grew paler. If they encountered a flying sword like this, they would only despair and be killed by it. But at this moment, Ding Ning was chasing after this flying sword and attacking it. Such a violent posture caused Ding Ning to no longer be on the defensive. Seeing this scene, Yi Haoran only smiled faintly, slight disdain in his eyes. The 5 fingers of his right hand moved slightly, as if he was pulling on some invisible strings. At the same time, the vital essence in his body suddenly flowed faster. The white flying sword that had been retreating in the air suddenly gave off an explosion. With a boom, it was as if 2 sledgehammers had collided with each other in the air. A blast of air, visible to the naked eye in the darkness, exploded between Ding Ning and the small sword. Ding Ning's body suddenly stilled. The thin hiltless white sword only flew back a few feet, and then made a strong arc. It broke through the spreading wave of energy and stabbed at Ding Ning's brow like lightning. Ding Ning retreated. His feet kicked up dust on the ground. The last flower remnant sword in his hand lightly deflected the force and sent the small white sword flying downwards. The small white sword didn't seem to have made any contact with his body, but a tear suddenly appeared on his clothes, a fresh wound appearing. With a hum, the small white sword flew back, sticking close to the ground and creating a wave of dust. Almost all the cultivation teachers started to breathe heavily. Ding Ning's performance against the flying sword could be called perfect, especially his calmness. When facing a flying sword, being able to maintain calmness at all times was the most important thing. The calmness he showed was comparable to the attendance of some swordsmen. If Ding Ning's vital energy cultivation was close to Yi Haoran's, even if Ding Ning did not know how to control a flying sword, in everyone's eyes, he had a high chance of defeating Yi Haoran. But there was an intrinsic difference in power. This was the greatest problem right now. Muffled explosions continued to ring out. The thin white hiltless sword and the last flower remnant sword continuously met in the air. Ding Ning's body trembled violently. He accurately grasped the trajectory of the flying sword each time, but each time the flying sword came close, it still left some wounds on his body. The redness on Zhongyi's face had long since faded and turned pale. He looked at the increasing number of wounds on Ding Ning's body and sensed Yi Haoran's malicious intentions. Yi Haoran wanted to kill Ding Ning. Yet with people like Yang Tai Guanjian and Lin Suishan present, he could not kill Ding Ning with one blow. But he could continuously add new wounds to Ding Ning's body. As blood continued to flow, Ding Ning's blood would run out and he would die, unless Ding Ning admitted defeat. But Zhongyi knew that Ding Ning would not admit defeat. So Yi Haoran's method was to slowly kill Ding Ning like a death by 1,000 cuts. Chapter 3:15. Yi Haoran's right hand, hanging outside his sleeve, constantly moved, occasionally plucking a murderous string. He looked calmly at Ding Ning, whose robes were gradually soaked in blood. He found that Ding Ning's resolve was stronger than he had expected. He felt more admiration. But his slender fingers suddenly shook. With this movement, the small white sword on Ding Ning's back grew brighter, and a layer of strange white mist appeared around him. As this small white sword danced around Ding Ning, the white mist around Ding Ning grew thicker. Almost all of the cultivation teachers frowned deeply as they watched the white mist form. This was the most orthodox Wu mountain cloud and rain art, the legacy of the Chu imperial palace. The white mist formed by this flying sword art could cause Ding Ning's attacks to become sluggish and use up more power. Previously, they all had their own thoughts. Many did not want Ding Ning to win, but now, all of them wanted Ding Ning to win. Because Ding Ning was of the Qin. Jing Liuli's frown deepened. She did not feel that Ding Ning was certain to lose. Ding Ning had his own reasons for carrying those wooden swords. Up until now, Ding Ning had not used those wooden swords. This meant that he had not used all his power. But she could not understand what Ding Ning was waiting for. While the wounds were small, if countless wounds bled together, the blood in the body would quickly run out. A mocking smile appeared at the corners of Yi Haoran's mouth. He also did not understand what Ding Ning was waiting for. But in his view, no matter what Ding Ning was waiting for, it was a futile effort to increase his pain before he died. He looked up at the black sky. The small white sword flying in the white mist hummed even more harshly. When it passed by Ding Ning's body, it did not just bring up drops of blood, but also pieces of flesh. Gang Ren narrowed his eyes. He had experienced many cruel escapes that cultivators could not imagine. Adding on some unique research of cultivators' bodies, he knew better than any of the cultivators present what kind of reaction a cultivator's body would have when their blood flowed to a certain degree. He knew that while Ding Ning appeared to be conscious, if he was an ordinary cultivator, his consciousness would have been blurred. This had something to do with strong willpower. Sometimes, when one's willpower was strong to the point of forgetting one's own body, it could cause one's body to produce extraordinary power. However, Geng Ren knew very well what the consequences of going against common sense would be when one's body exceeded its limits for too long. It would suddenly and completely lose control. At that time, his consciousness would not be slowly blurred, but would suddenly be cut off. It should be about time. Lin Suishan had seen many cultivators with even worse wounds. So even though Ding Ning had countless tiny wounds on his body, he did not have much expression on his face. But after Gang Ren narrowed his eyes, he frowned and said softly. At this time, Ding Ning started to feel truly dizzy. His consciousness seemed to want to leave his body and fly up into the sky. But he was still very calm because he had experience that even Gang Ren could not imagine. He knew he had a dozen breaths of time left. His left hand started to reach back, and gripped the rough hilt of a wooden sword. Uncontrollable cries of surprise rang out. At this time, nothing had happened. What everyone saw was Ding Ning's hand landing on the hilt of a wooden sword behind him. But everyone knew that something astounding would happen in the next moment. This premonition made many people feel shocked in advance. Ding Ning swung his sword steadily. With a whoosh, the wooden sword slashed out. A seal line at the center of the sword gave off a unique green sword light. Even more strangely, Ding Ning's sword slash was released, and he followed the momentum of the slash and slashed the wooden sword out. After the first slash, there were many slashes. All the cries of surprise disappeared, because everyone had sunk into an even stronger shock that was close to numbness. Ding Ning usually used his right hand to wield a sword, but at this time, his left hand seemed to be faster than his right hand. His left hand seemed to have disappeared into thin air, yet it still maintained a certain perfect frequency as it continued to slash. All the wooden swords on his back were slashed out by him in an instant. Even more importantly, the last flower remnant sword in his right hand accurately blocked the flying sword that was attacking him again. Everyone was under the illusion that something was wrong. The person who had completed such a slash was not a youth who had not learned the sword for many years, but a great swordsman who had cultivated the sword for hundreds of years. He seemed to have practiced this sword move his entire life, and turned it into a direct reaction of the body. Dugu Bai's breathing stopped completely. Because he had such a sword move and path in his mind, he saw this slash before anyone else. He saw many green lights fly out of Ding Ning's back and form a green screen. This was an indescribably beautiful green light screen. However, the moment it expanded outwards, this light screen instantly disappeared. All the wooden swords split apart from the seal scripts on the swords, and were torn apart by the great power into dancing wood threads. However, the green light in the rune did not disappear. Instead, it connected together and turned into a real sword light. This sword light seemed to be parallel to the entire ground. It was absolutely straight, as if it wanted to completely separate the space above from the ground. It silently sliced towards Yi Haoran's body. Dugu Bai knew that this was true peacock green. Yi Haoran frowned deeply. He found that he did not even have time to call back his flying swords to block such a profound and powerful attack. His eyes immediately became crystal clear. His body roared as though many beautiful new worlds were forming in his body. A new passageway appeared in many of his meridians. The primal energies of the universe that had been absorbed in his body surged out of his body through this passageway. Fortunately, he still had a sword. The sword at his waist hummed. It was about 6 feet long, and less than 2.5 fingers wide. The spine of the sword was a rare sky blue, and the 2 blades were transparent. The sword jumped out of the sheath and landed in his hand. Fine air currents spat out from the sword. Countless sparkling and translucent crystal dust spurted out from the transparent blade, forming a sparkling and translucent crystal disc in front of him. There was a loud bang. A cloud of dust rose around his body. The sparkling and translucent crystal disc was directly cut into pieces by the absolutely straight green sword light. The shattered crystal dust scattered in all directions and bounced back on his body, making popping noises. Yi Haoran's body splashed with blood. The powerful impact caused his body to leave the ground and fly backwards. Ding Ning saw this scene, but he did not feel any joy. He knew that this attack was not enough to defeat Yi Haoran, and he did not have much time left. He took a deep breath. A mysterious and cold aura appeared around his body. An empty and cold presence appeared in his body and then quickly disappeared. True coldness spread from his body. Visible white flakes of cold mist formed around his body and sputtered outwards. It was as if ice had just formed on the surface of a lake, but the lake water had not completely solidified and was still rippling. Wisps of red yuan qi appeared clearly in these ice shards like lines of blood. Blood fiend Mo Art. How can he? Although they were shocked to the point of numbness, at that moment, there were still many people who were unable to control their emotions and shouted loudly. Yangtai Guanjian's eyes widened, and his pupils unconsciously contracted. He felt he was seeing something he could not understand. So this is how it is. Jing Liuli thought to herself. Since she thought Ding Ning was stronger than her, she felt anything was possible. Yi Haoran's expression froze slightly. The disdain on his face completely disappeared. In this moment, he took a deep breath and then raised his hand. He did not call back his flying sword. The small white hiltless sword had fallen close to the ground. At this time, new power was injected into it, and it howled as it fell towards Ding Ning's back. Chapter 316. A meteor flashed across the dark sky. Yi Haoran's flying sword also fell towards Ding Ning's back like a meteor. Seeing this scene, many of the spectating Minute Mountain Sword Sect cultivators couldn't help but feel cold. There was a time difference at any moment in a battle. Many times, the timing was determined by the small time difference. When Ding Ning used the true peacock green, Yi Haoran's defense had not been able to completely block it. Now that he used this flying sword to attack, the time difference meant that he could not deal with Ding Ning's next attack. Even if Ding Ning used the simplest sword form, if he could reach him, he would not be able to stop it. Therefore, his current actions meant that he had chosen to perish together with them. From the start of the trials, Ding Ning had shown that winning was more important than life and death. So in the view of these cultivators, victory was more important to Ding Ning than life and death. If Yi Haoran attacked someone else like this, other people might dodge out of fear of death, but Ding Ning would not retreat. The result was that both of them would die. While all the cultivators hoped that Ding Ning could win, they had to admit that this youth from the Chu dynasty was a madman and a monster. There was too little time. Before anyone could think about what choice Ding Ning would make, Ding Ning had made his choice. Countless fine white flowers bloomed on the last flower remnant sword. These fine flowers and sword essence were moving forward, but in this moment, the last flower remnant sword was forced to bend backwards. There was an explosion. Everyone felt as though their hearts had been hit. Ding Ning gave a muffled grunt. For the first time, his body lost its balance and he stumbled forward several steps. Zhongyi opened his mouth but could not make a sound. His vital energy instinctively surged towards his feet and he was about to leap forward. The hearts of Du Gubai and the others sank to the bottom. Jing Liuli's breathing paused slightly and his expression grew ugly. Yi Haoran laughed. "It's over." That was what he said in his heart. Then, in his mind, he released the boundary that had been restricting the flow of his true essence. The remaining true qi in his body flowed freely and without reservation through his meridians. In that instant, it gushed out from the 5 fingers of his left hand. A vast presence that all the students present felt they could not resist exploded with him as the center. Other than Yi Haoran, all the students in the mountain valley were realm 3 or 4 in vital energy cultivation. What Yi Haoran displayed now was true realm 5 power. Countless mottled colors appeared on Yi Haoran's face. He did not hold back and used all of his power. The poison immediately flared up. However, the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. Everyone could sense that an invisible river had appeared in the air. This long river flowed into the small white hiltless sword that had just been sent flying backwards by Ding Ning's attack. The small white sword gave off a wild presence. Due to the rapid acceleration and vibrations, the entire sword immediately became translucent. Yi Haoran did not fight the pain. Seeing the small white sword fly back to Ding Ning's back, he followed his body's will and fell backwards. "I admit defeat." At the same time, he spoke. This was also a time difference. According to the rules of the trials, if one admitted defeat, they would lose. However, at this moment, his sword was definitely faster than his voice. Such a fast sword, after piercing and shattering Ding Ning's heart, Ding Ning would not immediately die. With Ding Ning's strong resolve, he could probably stand for a few more breaths. The final result of this grand event that attracted the attention of the world was that he admitted defeat, and Ding Ning won first place, but Ding Ning would die next. Zhongyi's body had left the ground, and was flying at a speed exceeding his usual limits. But no matter how fast his body was, he could not be faster than that flying sword, and could not block in front of that flying sword. Everyone was certain that Ding Ning could not stop this sword. This had nothing to do with talent, but a difference in pure power. But at this time, Ding Ning's body gave off an unusual scent. His skin started to become mottled. The last flower remnant sword in his hand lit up with threads of light. Then the entire last flower sword turned into countless tiny threads that started to weave in the air. Yangtai Guanjian's tense expression relaxed, and then his eyes were filled with shock and admiration. At this time, Only he had the time to sense a wondrous and beautiful scene. The tiny sword threads dancing in the air had even finer white flowers. These sword threads crisscrossed like cloth and were tightly entangled together. Who would have thought that the broken last flower sword could be used like this? The white flying sword crashed into the sword threads. The sword threads could not match the power of the white flying sword, but these tightly woven sword threads were like a net, or even a cocoon. They firmly held onto this flying sword and bought Ding Ning a sliver of time. Ding Ning's fingertips that gripped the sword sprayed out a fine mist of blood. He could no longer hold the last flower remnant sword. But using the pull of this sword, his body was forcefully tilted in this tiny moment. Poof! The white flying sword carried the last flower remnant sword and charged into his left shoulder socket. Then it came out behind his body with a spray of blood. The bones in his left shoulder were almost completely shattered, but this sword was unable to pierce and crush his heart. The shattered sword energy and the spray of blood gave off soft hissing sounds. At this time, Yi Haoran finally said the first of the 3 words, "I admit defeat." Everything seemed to have frozen, but Yi Haoran's admission of defeat still reached everyone's ears and appeared strange. Zhong Yi had charged to Ding Ning's side. He reached over and supported Ding Ning's body. He felt that Ding Ning's body seemed to be weightless, but he did not know what he should do. Wonderful! Just as Zhong Yi's mind was blank, loud cheers sounded, followed by applause. The one clapping was Lin Suixin. Then many Minute Mountain Sword sect cultivators in the darkness started to clap. Even the distant mountain paths gave off clear applause. Zhong Yi felt a wild wind blow past and then his hand became even lighter. Yangtai Guanjin's figure had disappeared, and so had Ding Ning in his hand. Why admit defeat? Why admit defeat and kill Ding Ning? He wants Ding Ning to win the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, and wants to use this chance to kill Ding Ning. Everything was settled. Jing Liuli thought seriously with a bowed head and murmured to herself. Li Lingjun does not want the Empress to win. He does not want the Empress to be happy. But he hates Ding Ning. He wants Ding Ning to die. The legendary benevolent and modest gentleman is a vengeful and narrow-minded person. He is not useful and will be a mediocre ruler in the future. In a flash, she understood why Yi Haoran had done this, and made a judgment about the future of the new king of Chu. So, he risked his body being dismembered to slowly exhaust Yi Haoran's true essence. Then, he used the peacock green and used the blood fiend devil art to force out Yi Haoran's final sword. All of this was under his control. Then she started to recall every detail of the battle just now, and was shocked again. She found that while this result was Yi Haoran's choice, Yi Haoran did not have a choice in the end. As Ding Ning continued to bleed, Yi Haoran's vital energy was also consumed. In the end, when Ding Ning used the blood fiend demon art, Yi Haoran did not have much vital energy left. Therefore, for Yi Haoran, it was already the right time. Is this what Master said I lack? The ability to stay out of the situation and see the big picture. Jing Liuli slowly exhaled and was silent for a long time. She had thought of many things, but the entire valley was just starting to wake up. Waves of cries of disbelief rang out unceasingly. Xieru looked at the place where Ding Ning had blocked Yi Haoran's last blow. Her body and lips trembled so she could not speak. He is first. Li Shixing said these words simply. At this time, he was the calmest of the group. He will not die. Then this youth who seemed to be afraid of the cold straightened his collar and said seriously, I am sure. Li Shixing's voice was steady and loud. He is first, he will not die. This kind of voice suppressed many cries of surprise and echoed in the valley. Zhong Yi started to recover. He sensed all the mountains were echoing. He sensed the gazes of all the students and cultivation teachers. He looked at the blood that Ding Ning had spilled on the ground and sensed that the blood was shining. Even though it was night, he sensed light coming down from the sky. He looked up and seemed to see Xue Wangshu smiling at him and the entire valley with a satisfied and mischievous smile. He knew this was glory. The glory that his little sect brother brought. Chapter 317. Ding Ning won. This youth from White Goat Cave really won the Minute Mountain Sword Trials? While everyone knew this was the truth, many people still did not dare to believe that this youth from White Goat Cave had won against palace attendant Rong's arrangements, and the will of the Empress who had never been defeated. Looking at these dazed students and cultivators, Lin Suishan put down the scroll in his hand, cleared his throat, and announced with a rare faint smile, "The Minute Mountain Sword Trials have ended. Ding Ning is first." Lin Suishan was the organizer of the last sword trials, and represented all of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. When his voice sounded, everyone was startled awake and accepted this truth. Many students looked at each other. They were usually the best of the best and were very proud. But at this time, they did not see any dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. No one dared to be dissatisfied. No one would be dissatisfied. Because Ding Ning had shown so much power in the trials that they may never be able to catch up in their lifetime. They then looked towards Zhongyi. Zhongyi's side was empty. Ding Ning was not there right now, but everyone knew he was alive, and the glory that followed belonged to him. Missing at the moment when he should be the center of attention was like Ding Ning's usual calmness. They felt uncomfortable. It was as though he disdained to enjoy their shock, jealousy, and admiration. Could Ding Ning's calmness towards them be understood as disdain, disdain to explain, and disdain to be with them? The valley grew silent. Each Minute Mountain Sword Trials was different, but the trials were usually very lively at the end. Many people congratulated, many people wept, and many people cheered victory. But never had it been so silent. The glory was so great that people felt ashamed of their own inferiority. A green palace in the mountains pierced the sky like a sword. On the peak, Bailey Sushue, dressed in white robes, looked silently at the scene in the valley. He suddenly found it amusing. A person like him could not suppress his emotions. So he laughed out loud. Clear and melodious laughter drifted into the valley along with the mountain wind and the sound of cicadas. All the teachers in the valley heard this laughter. While they could not see Bailey Sushue's figure, they knew from the dominance in the laughter that this was the master of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Hearing Bailey Sushue's laughter, these people felt even more emotional. This was especially true for people with special identities and statuses. On the mountain path, the middle-aged man in yellow robes who had replied for palace attendant Rong stood motionless for a long time like he had turned into a statue. On the other hand, Sikong Lin, the vice bureau chief of the Bureau of Rights, was so excited that his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Huang Jinwei turned to look in the direction of Bailey Sushue's laughter, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Pan Ruoy shook her head and said with a cold expression, "I don't think she will stop here. His Majesty is still in this mountain." Then she said in an even colder voice, "Even if it is against the Empress arrangements, Bailey Sushue's actions are too presumptuous. In reality, she is a very qualified mistress." Huang Jinwei rarely argued with Pan Ruoy, but at this time, he shook his head and expressed a different opinion. No one in Changling is more suited to be a mistress because she knows how to balance and control better than anyone else. Our Qin dynasty has Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate. After a pause, Huang Jinwei looked at Pan Ruoy and said, "The Qin dynasty can lose Minute Mountain Sword Sect, but we cannot lose these two major cultivation places together. Even more importantly, if we lose Minute Mountain Sword Sect, we will quickly lose Lingshu Sword Gate." Pan Ruoy thought for a moment and said, "Because there will be no sense of security." Huang Jinwei was shocked that Pan Ruoy could understand so quickly. He nodded and said softly, "A sense of security is a wondrous feeling. Some people would rather have a powerful opponent than see that powerful opponent disappear. Because powerful opponents can often help each other. If you are alone, the uncertainty and lack of security is enough for a person to do something completely different." Pan Ruoy looked expressionlessly at all the cultivators in the mountain valley and said slowly, "The cultivators of Changling do not have much sense of security, but she knows where the boundary is. So she will make the cultivators of Changling feel insecure, but not too insecure." Huang Jinwei felt that her conclusion was accurate. He was also surprised that Pan Ruoy would say these things. So he looked at Pan Ruoy and did not know what to say. Pan Ruoy did not say anything. Since she had stayed here to see the final result, and the result was already decided, she had no need to stay. So she nodded at Huang Jinwei and turned to leave. Her beautiful figure quickly disappeared into the shadows of the mountain path. The resting camp was even more deathly silent than the mountain valley. Many of the officials moving through the camp intentionally avoided Palace Attendant Rong's tent with fearful eyes. They felt that Palace Attendant Rong would be furious right now. No one was willing to be tainted by her anger at this moment. Yet, no one had expected Palace Attendant Rong to show no anger in the tent. She was deep in thought with her head bowed. Where did Lai Yinghong go? When all the students accepted the fact that Ding Ning had won the Minute Mountain Sword Trials, someone finally recalled the name that had always been first on the Book of Talents. Yi Haoran and Ku Shichuan, even though they had lost to Ding Ning in the end, they still showed strength far surpassing ordinary students. Lai Yinghong was first on the Book of Talents. How could he have fallen into the Sea of Brambles? Also, everyone knew that Lai Yinghong from Jiaodong Commandery should have been Palace Attendant Rong's most important pawn. While most of the cultivation teachers had seen with their own eyes how Lai Yinghong had left, these cultivation teachers had not had many chances to interact with these students after entering the mountain valley to watch the trials. So none of the students knew what Lai Yinghong had encountered. Lai Yinghong was defeated by Xie Changsheng and Shen Yi. Multiple cultivation teachers spoke at the same time and answered that student's question. The mountain valley was silent for a moment and then exploded with a boom. Of the people who had followed Ding Ning, only Xie Changsheng and Shen Yi had not entered the final trials. Yet, who would have thought that they had defeated one of Ding Ning's most important enemies? In the end, this seemed to be White Goat Cave's victory from start to finish. Many students thought bitterly that Ding Ning and these people had won from start to finish. Ding Ning wins, first place. Ding Ning is alive. A court official walked out of the sword gate of Minute Mountain Sword Sect and rode a carriage to a patch of wilderness. There was a large carriage parked in the wilderness. Inside the carriage, a black-robed man with a calm presence and a dangerous feeling held a pot of hot tea. Opposite him sat a plain-robed man. Hearing the news this court official brought, the black-robed man and the plain-robed man laughed. The two exchanged a look. The plain-robed man could not help but say, "The impossible has been done. This Changling has countless possibilities." Night still shrouded Changling. The distant fires had been extinguished long ago, but an even more dangerous presence flowed through the air. Bai Shanshui moved through the streets of Changling. She walked carefully, each rise and fall of her body ensuring that she would not be seen by any of the turrets in Changling. She was not far from the outskirts of Changling, and a branch of the Wei River. Yet a sword-like cold light flashed through her eyes. The moment she stopped walking, a figure walked out of the alley to the left in front of her. He stopped under the black roof and looked at her silently. "Since you have returned to Changling, you should have told me." A low but unusually steady and deep voice rang out. "Liang Lian, General Liang." Bai Shanshui's eyes narrowed slightly, her heart trembling. She sneered and said, "I guessed it was you. You can come and go as you please, and do not need to inform me. But I cannot be at ease in this city." Liang Lian, who was standing straight under the roof, looked at Bai Shanshui and said coldly and decisively, "In reality, I do not want much. I do not want you to die. I only want you to hand over the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard." Bai Shanshui laughed and said, "This is not much." Liang Lian shook his head. Is some unreachable old dreams more important than life and death? Even that person and the Basin Kendo ground will disappear. What is impossible in Changling? Bai Shanshui put away her smile, puffed out her chest and said slowly, "Also, you do not want the Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard, but her. You need her pity to survive, so how can you pity me?" "Why do I need pity?" Bai Shanshui looked up. A glowing drop of water appeared in the sky. Chapter 318. Rain inexplicably fell on Changling's Sun Alley. This rain only covered this part of the street. In an area of nearly 1,000 feet, the neighboring streets had become incomparably dry. Even the drought-resistant wormwood on the roof tiles had suddenly lost its moisture, turning from dark green to withered yellow. Yet, none of the residents in this alley detected anything unusual. They did not even hear the sound of rain. Before the rain fell, some white smoke had spread with the wind. This white smoke carried a sweet scent, and caused the people who had been sleeping to sleep even more deeply. The clean rain washed the dust from the roof tiles and the cracks on the ground, but could not wash away the darkness in by Chancharay's brow. Only a few dozen breaths had passed since the first drop of water fell to the torrential rain, but she already felt tired. After the battle on the Wei River, her cultivation had not recovered. At this time, there were more than 30 flying swords flying through the air around her, hiding in the wind and rain, hiding above the roof tiles, hiding in the muddy water formed by rainwater. They even disguised themselves as withered grass that was blown by the wind, floating in the gutter with the waves and slowly approaching her body. None of these flying swords were a match for her. Most of the masters of the flying swords were far from her cultivation right now, and were not a match for her. But there were too many flying swords. It took too much effort to maintain vigilance against all these flying swords. Even more importantly, she knew that the masters of these flying swords were just pawns for the Qin dynasty army to use up her strength. In the surrounding night sky, she needed to focus on sensing the swords that had yet to appear. 2 twisted flying swords fell on the ground next to her, like dragonflies that had been stepped on after having their wings torn off. They looked terrible. Just by paying the price of 2 flying swords, they were able to delay her in this alley for a few dozen breaths. This could only mean that the organizer of this ambush was too good. Looking at the flying swords that were not in a hurry to get close, and were just patrolling, Bai Shanshui knew she could not hold back at all. Her bright red lips pursed into a thin line. Her tongue curled slightly, and a golden glass-like pill that she had been suppressing under her tongue quietly slipped out and bumped into her teeth. The pill shattered in her mouth, and the golden liquid flowed down her throat into her stomach. Her thin brows were slightly furrowed. She didn't know if it was heartache or real pain. Then, she stretched out her left hand and used her index and middle fingers as a sword to stab above the eaves on the left. A low, suppressed shout rang out. A grey silhouette seemed to emerge from the black tiles, and flew backwards with a curtain of blood. At the same time, a crystalline water droplet that was completely different from the surrounding rain appeared in the sky above Bai Shanshui. The reason why it was so different was because there was no dust in this drop of water. It repelled all the dust in the air and even repelled the moisture in the surroundings. This drop of water seemed to have come from the heavens and did not belong to this mortal world. However, as it rapidly fell, countless fine ripples began to vibrate within the sparkling droplet, as if it was made by nature. Bai Shanshui's brows began to loosen. The water droplet fell faster and faster, brighter and brighter. The entire sky above her began to tremble. Her body seemed to have completely recovered, and an astonishing amount of heaven and earth essence qi began to gather from all directions. The clouds moved in all directions. Even the water on the ground, which had been flowing along the ground, began to tremble and flow toward her. In the darkness, many cultivators looked in shock at the growing power contained in the water droplet. They all felt a mountain falling from the sky. A thick green sword light came out of Bai Shanshui's hand. The power contained in the water droplet grew unimaginable. There was a hiss. A circular wave of energy exploded in the sky. All the falling rain droplets exploded into mist. The water droplet passed through the mist, and the roof tiles in this alley were crushed. The long sword in Bai Shanshui's hand, which was like a jade pool, welcomed this drop of sparkling liquid. The droplets that fell with a mountainous aura did not seep into the blade of her sword. Instead, as she narrowed her eyes, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and the droplets were shattered by the sword in her hand. Even smaller droplets of water splashed out. It was like a real mountain had been shattered by a sword in this space. Every tiny droplet of water was like a huge rock that had been thrown out. There were countless rocks flying in this space. Clang, 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 dense and heavy sounds of collisions sounded. All the flying swords that had been flying through the curtain of rain around Bai Shanshui all fell to the ground. In the darkness, balls of bloody mist sprayed out. It was just a drop of water, but it had brought about such a shocking and desolate scene. Bai Shanshui did not show any pride. She knew this was just the beginning. An extremely domineering shout burst out from her mouth. At the same time, her body passed through the falling flying swords, and through more than a dozen courtyards. A thick yellow sword light appeared in front of her, violently slashing towards her flying body. Bang! A muffled sound. The hairband she used to tie her hair suddenly snapped, and her black hair fell to her shoulders like a waterfall. She and her sword were forced back dozens of feet by this wild sword light. She was forced back by a sword. As time passed, she still did not manage to charge out of this alley. She had a bitter taste in her mouth. She knew that most of the Changling experts who were a threat to her were in Minute Mountain, or not far from Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Also, Liang Lian wanted to atone for his crimes by merit. He would not give this merit to others. So even if there were cultivators of her level here, there would be very few. Even if it was this cultivator who had forced her back, she had enough confidence to deal with him. But she lacked a personal attendant. She could not divide her attention to deal with the flying swords that could come at any time when she was dealing with a cultivator of this level, and there was more than one. Also, there was Liang Lian who had yet to act. If her senior sect brother was still here, maybe he could tear apart a corner of the encirclement. But her senior sect brother had died long ago. As though hearing the call of her heart, a sharp sword hum suddenly sounded between the white walls and black tiles. Pew 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 pew, more than a dozen sounds of flesh being torn apart sounded. A meteor-like sword light carrying the scent of blood flew to her side. After killing more than a dozen cultivators surrounding her, it flew to her side like it was protecting her. The sword essence was facing in front of her. In anyone's first impression, this was a sword that would fight alongside her. Bai Shanshui thought so. However, in the next instant, she suddenly noticed that something was wrong, and her expression turned cold. The sword in her hand that was like a jade pool slashed towards the flying sword. The meteor-like sword light gave off a wild hum, and sped up. When it was hit by Shanshui's sword, the entire blade bent, and gave off a wild and bloodthirsty presence, spinning past Bai Shanshui's side. The side of Bai Shanshui's robe tore open soundlessly and was instantly filled with blood. Bai Shanshui's eyes burned with anger. All was deceit in war. This was a clever tactic in battle, but she did not like to be deceived. In this moment, she did not even focus on sensing the large sword in front of her that could attack at any time, and the most sinister flying sword that was imitating dried grass as it floated towards her. She focused on sensing Liang Lian's presence that had been hidden since the start of the battle. Even if it was meaningless, she would enjoy the last moment. Liang Lian wanted to keep her. Since she was fated to not be able to leave, then she would kill Liang Lian first. However, at this moment, several broken tiles fell from the eaves. The several broken tiles fell into the ditch where the flying sword disguised as withered grass was, creating several splashes of water. A splash flew out of the muddy water under the flying sword. It was very strange, but no one noticed. The water splashed high. When it reached a height that surpassed common sense and did not fall, the cultivator who had forced Bai Shanshui to retreat suddenly felt something was wrong. But his attention was not on that side. Because there was his companion, a powerful cultivator's flying sword disguised as dried grass. Therefore, just as he was about to react and defend himself with his sword, the splash of water had already leaped into the air and landed on his neck. With a light touch, the head of the cultivator who had forced Bai Shanshui to retreat separated from his body and flew out. "Protect me." A familiar voice sounded. When the voice sounded, Bai Shanshui took a deep breath. Her flying figure smashed towards the courtyard where the person was like a wave. Pew 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 pew, there was a violent sound in the air. Many flying swords and weapons with cold light fell towards this cultivator who was not part of the plan. Bai Shanshui attacked. The wave-like sword light swept away all the cold light falling towards the cultivator. She landed next to the person in the courtyard. Her body trembled continuously, but her hand holding the sword was exceptionally steady. Previously, she needed a personal attendant, but now, she was like this person's personal attendant. Chapter 319. Your flying sword is very strong. Bai Shanshui said to the person in the courtyard, but you may die. I was a dead person long ago. The cultivator in the courtyard looked at Bai Shanshui and shook his head. He said softly, do not misunderstand. I just want to ensure that you do not fall into their hands alive. If such a time comes, I will kill you first. Please do the same to me, and do not let me fall into their hands alive. Bai Shanshui smiled in satisfaction when he heard these impolite words. He lifted his head and said, very good. A wild wind rose, and the night was in chaos. More than a dozen white lines appeared in the sky and fell towards the courtyard. These white lines were either sword formations created by cultivators of the sword schools or powerful weapons. Even from far away, one could feel the terrifying power contained within. But the cultivator next to Bai Shanshui did not pay attention to these white lines. Even as he spoke to Bai Shanshui, his mind was firmly focused on his thin flying sword. His flying sword was very short. When it flew out of the turbid water, it was mottled with the same color as the turbid water. Yet, when the sword cut off the head of the expert under Liang Lian, his sword turned into a restrained deep purple. As he spoke to Bai Shanshui, his flying sword broke free of the entanglement of a bright white flying sword, broke through the roof, and passed through the body of a grey-robed old man. The moment the grey-robed old man's bloody mist surged, the small sword that had been drifting like a leaf in the ditch suddenly fell to the ground. Boom! The grey-robed old man fell like a mountain into a narrow space filled with junk. He looked at the fatal wound at his heart and shouted in discontent, Fanzhuo is dead. Where did this person come from? Looking at the young cultivator next to Bai Shanshui who was barely visible in the darkness, everyone who had participated in the encirclement was similarly shocked and puzzled. No one knew that this young person came from the Chu. No one knew that his name was Li Yunrui. This nameless cultivator who had suddenly appeared was like heir to Changling. Bai Shanshui did not care about Li Yunrui's flying sword. She looked up at the sky. Those white lines in the sky carried a pure and holy aura. They were actually a dozen heavenly fires condensed from the natural energies. Bai Shanshui was certain that the sky fire was the work of Zheng Xiu when she sensed the cold and perfect qi. However, what she found hard to understand was that although the sky fire was equally powerful, it seemed more deliberate and less natural compared to the qi she had sensed on the river before. It was a little stiff. Naturally, it was impossible for Zheng Xiu's cultivation to drop for no reason. To her, now was not the time to consider Zheng Xiu's cultivation. It was difficult for her to resist the power of these heavenly flames, but she had to block them. She stared at the cold heavenly flames and waved her sword again. A blue wave surged from her sword, and then turned into a furious waterfall, rolling towards the sky. These dozen bolts of heavenly fire were supposed to fall at the same time towards her and Li Yunrui at her side. This was a power she could not fight against. However, as the waterfall flowed backwards, the dozen bolts of heavenly fire broke through the waves of the green waterfall. There was a clear distinction between who came first and who came first. Then the deep green life-bond sword disappeared from her hand. Her fingers flicked, and a dozen glowing droplets of liquid formed in the air to meet the dozen bolts of skyfire. Every collision was like a giant mountain colliding with each other. Countless chaotic heaven-earth yuan qi blossomed like fireworks. More than 10 houses around the small courtyard collapsed from top to bottom like paper. Bai Shanshui's face was extremely pale. She barely managed to block Zhang Xiu's skyfire. She felt proud, but at this time, she felt a warning. A black flying sword flew out from the broken tiles. This black flying sword was ordinary and did not have any unique aura. It was as ordinary as an ordinary broken tile. It did not attract any of her attention beforehand. She did not even sense it. It was not just simple, and its presence was restrained. This black flying sword had an extremely accurate grasp of timing, just like Ding Ning's winning moments at the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Even more importantly, this sword's murderousness was not directed at her, but at Li Yunrui next to her. She had no time to block with her sword. She felt very cold. There was a soft sound in the air. This was the sound of a sword passing through flesh. But this sword did not pierce Li Yunrui's body. Bai Shanshui's left arm was stretched out in front of Li Yunrui. This black flying sword pierced through her left arm. Then, the owner of the flying sword knew she had won the time she needed. She did not continue to fly towards Li Yunrui. Instead, she suddenly let out a shrill howl and shot straight into the sky, as though she was about to fly beyond her control. Li Yunrui glanced at Bai Shanshui's left arm in front of him. He looked at the terrifying wound where blood was pouring out, but his expression did not change much. He did not look at the black flying sword that was just a fraction of a breath away from killing him. He nodded at Bai Shanshui and said, "Let's go." As the white skyfire fell, the strong murderousness in the surrounding streets retreated like a tide. The flying swords hidden in the darkness retreated like poisonous snakes. Bai Shanshui knew this was because of Li Yunrui's appearance. This cultivator who was absolutely unknown in Changling had not been part of this situation. No one knew that such a powerful cultivator would appear next to her. Because of the appearance of such a powerful cultivator outside of the plan, Liang Lian could not lead his army to quickly kill or capture her in these streets. The longer they fought in these streets, the more ordinary people of Changling would die. Any old person of Changling, including Zheng Xiu's enemies like Bai Shanshui, knew the cruelty of this woman sitting in the empress seat. She would not care about paying a price. But Liang Lian could not bear such a price. Because the deaths of these people, these prices would not be counted on her in the future, but on Liang Lian. So at this moment, the net surrounding her and Li Yunrui loosened a little. This was a purposefully loosened gap. After they charged out, they did not know what was waiting for her and Li Yunrui outside. But as a great rebel, she did not even have the courage to try. "Let's go." She only calmly nodded her head and continued to follow behind Li Yunrui like a true attendant. Blood dripped down her arm. Then the color grew fainter. What dripped from her arm was no longer blood, but glowing water droplets. The glowing water droplets fell to the ground without any sound. They seeped through the cracks in the stone paths of Changling streets and alleys and into the hard earth below. Yet, there was a rumbling like a drum from underground. The sound grew louder and more intense. All of Changling started to shake. Many Qin dynasty cultivators hiding in the darkness looked in shock at the shaking ground. They could not understand how Bai Shanshui could cause such a result with her cultivation. Why is it like this? Li Yunrui could not understand either. He frowned slightly and could not help but ask softly. Bai Shanshui smiled rebelliously and said, "You have been following me. You should know that I have seen Changling's water channels the most in these days. Underground rivers." Li Yunrui reacted. He appeared to be in a daze, but in reality, his mind was focused on his flying sword flying through the air. Causing the underground rivers to pulse is just too much of a waste of vital energy. The dust accumulated between the roof tiles fell down. Panicked voices sounded in the distant streets, followed by coughing. Lights lit up one by one. All of Changling was awakened from their dreams. For someone like me, if I were to die, I would naturally die with a bang. How is it possible to kill me silently? Hearing Li Yunrui's words, Bai Shanshui's lips curled into a proud smile. So what if I spend more vital energy to wake up Changling? Li Yunrui glanced at her and did not speak. Bai Shanshui knew that he felt she was too conceited and arrogant at this time. But she showed an even prouder smile. "Starting now, follow me. If those two do not appear, if we can stop Zheng Xiu's sword, we may be able to leave this city alive." Li Yunrui's brow furrowed slightly. He wanted to say that leaving this city alive did not mean much to him. But sensing the tremors coming from the ground, he heard something unusual in Bai Shanshui's words. Or rather, he heard vitality. This vitality was important to her, at least. Chapter 320. Dogs barked and chickens cried. All of Changling was restless, but many people remained seated. Bureau Chief Yi Sileng of the Bureau of Astrology sat on the covered bridge at the north end of Swallowtail Alley. The river under the covered bridge was unusually restless. Transparent bubbles kept bubbling out of the mud and floated to the surface of the water. The waves splashed against the stone pillars under the covered bridge. Her expression was calm, as if she did not care at all. On the stone bridge next to her, there were open black umbrellas. The officials of the Bureau of Astrology in black robes were holding black umbrellas to cover their bodies in the darkness. They were packed together and spread from the stone bridge to the streets behind. Bai Shanshui suddenly stopped in her steps. She did not walk towards the alley ahead, and turned towards an alley to the east. Li Yunrui did not hesitate to follow her. He frowned and said, "Bureau of Astrology?" Bai Shanshui nodded. Li Yunrui looked at her proud profile and said after a moment of silence, "Why not go from there? That may be the weakest. Since Zhang Xiu has acted, and the entire Bureau of Astrology is waiting there. Even if we can get out of there, what happens next will not be so simple." Bai Shanshui smiled. "If you have to risk your life, you do not have to find a person you find pleasing to the eye." After a pause, Bai Shanshui did not look at Li Yunrui and said, "In Changling, it is very difficult to find a few pleasing to the eye." Li Yunrui shook his head. "If you really have such intentions, you should go to her. Back then, she was unable to stop you on the Wei River. Today, you are not going to pass through there. Other people may think that she is colluding with you great rebels. Her situation in Changling will be even more difficult in the future. Back then, today, in the future." Bai Shanshui turned to look at him with slight disdain. "I just find her pleasing to the eye. Who cares about the future? I just want to be happy right now. As to whether she lives or dies, she is Qin and has nothing to do with me." Li Yunrui had never seen such reasoning and stilled. Bai Shanshui's expression suddenly grew grave. She looked into the distance. There was a towering turret in the darkness. There were no lights on the turret, but she could feel an abnormally lofty aura rising from that corner. The turret became larger and larger in her perception. "It's Mo Shoucheng." Li Yunrui also felt that strange and powerful presence. He raised his head and spoke softly in that direction. Then, he turned towards the west in a very natural manner. Only that old man could emit such an aura, which was a warning to him and Bai Shanshui. If he and Bai Shanshui ignored the warning and continued to move in that direction, that abnormally high power would truly sweep down, ignoring the streets and alleys. If he tried, he would die. Thus, he and Bai Shanshui could not test whether or not the old man would really attack at all costs. At this moment, if they did not want to turn back and fight to the death with Liang Lian's army, then they could only go to the west. At this time, their west was the closest path to the outskirts of Changling, and there was a tributary of the Wei River in the outskirts. Bai Shanshui did not object and followed Li Yunrui's figure. At this time, there were no flying swords attacking. The two walked side by side, and it was impossible to see who was the other's attendant. There is a large reed marsh there. In the past, many ordinary criminals of Changling thought they could escape easily if they ran there, but they all died there. So that reed marsh is called the Dead Marsh. Bai Shanshui gathered her messy long hair and said casually to Li Yunrui. She found that she was not used to female makeup. A very appropriate name. Li Yunrui turned to glance at her and said in an even more serious tone, "You are very beautiful right now, so I will not let you fall into their hands. If you cannot escape, I will definitely kill you before they catch you." Bai Shanshui stilled slightly and understood what he meant. If a woman like her fell into the water prison of Changling, what she would experience would be more terrifying than a man. But she smiled unconcernedly and said, "Thank you for your praise." The ground was still shaking, and the roof tiles and beams were creaking. However, the dangerous aura they sensed was fading away, and everything became eerily quiet. No one stopped them. Like a pair of lovers watching a lantern festival, the two strolled through the streets in the night. I became a sword cultivator. In these years, only my senior sect brother followed me. I did not even have a close male friend. The atmosphere was astoundingly oppressive, but Bai Shanshui did not care. She looked at the dim shadows on the stone path and said casually, "In the past, if a man dared to say something like this to me, even if I did not kill him, I would have dug out his eyes." Li Yunrui frowned slightly. He felt Bai Shanshui was ruthless. But thinking of her previous situation, and how she wanted people to feel she was powerful and dangerous, he bowed his head slightly and did not speak. But when I think of how I am about to die, and have never had a true companion, and have never understood true love between men and women, it is a pity. Bai Shanshui laughed again and said, when a young girl first awakened to love, I had fantasized that if someone could disregard their life to protect me, I would disregard everything to like him. Although my senior apprentice brother has fought alongside me all these years, he is still only my senior apprentice brother. Moreover, my cultivation has always been above his. Most of the time, I am the one protecting him. Today, you are the first man to risk his life to protect me. Hearing this, Li Yunrui's breathing stopped, and his body tensed. Since you feel I am pretty, if we can charge out today and not die, we can try to start. Bai Shanshui pursed her lips and said naturally. What try to start? Li Yunrui, who had disregarded life and death when he was in the killing formation, changed expression and shouted. He turned and saw Bai Shanshui's teasing smile. He was immediately annoyed and said angrily, you are still joking with me at a time like this. Bai Shanshui laughed loudly without any ladylike demeanor. Many breaths later, she put away her smile and said, Bai Shanshui, do not go back on my words. When have you ever heard me joke? Li Yunrui was stunned. He thought of this person's life but could not think of anything to say in response. His face flushed red, and he forced out the word from between his teeth, boring, boring. Bai Shanshui smiled soundlessly. In this life, she feared she had never been as interesting or as dangerous as today. Li Yunrui turned his head away, unwilling to speak to Bai Shanshui. There were no more sounds in the streets. The dead were still far away, but Bai Shanshui could feel the moisture coming from the reeds. A flute sounded among the reeds. Someone was playing a flute in the dead. The sound of the flute was indistinct, so slow that it was almost out of tune. It was clearly summer, but it sounded like the wailing of autumn insects, weakly flapping their wings and unable to fly up into the sky from the reed leaves that covered the sky. Yet this kind of flute had astounding penetrating power. It passed through many miles of farmland, through many streets, and clearly reached Bai Shanshui and Li Yunrui's ears. Li Yunrui, who had decided not to speak to Bai Shanshui, took a deep breath and could not help but ask coldly, who is it? Chief Inspector Chen. That mysterious warden of the Divinity Bureau. Bai Shanshui's words split into two brief moments. Li Yunrui heard the shock in her voice. In the next moment, Bai Shanshui ran her fingers through her hair and smiled. Interesting, let's go through there. Of these people in Changling, he is the only one I have not seen fight. You have seen the others fight. Li Yunrui frowned and said in disbelief. You may not believe it. Many times, I did not show up, but that does not mean I was not there. Bai Shanshui put her hands behind her back and looked coolly at him. She said, do not forget, when my dynasty was destroyed, I was already a great rebel. My dynasty has been destroyed for many years, and before that, I was already on many battlefields. Li Yunrui bowed his head. Bai Shanshui's experiences were not something ordinary cultivators could compare to. But, while mystery was interesting, it also meant unpredictability and power. If he had a choice, he would rather face another powerful woman in Changling and her entire astrology bureau than face the mysterious chief of the bureau who was waiting for them in the Dead Man Sweep. Bai Shanshui walked with her hands behind her back. He silently followed with a bowed head. Other than my senior sect brother, you are the first man who does not care about life and death, and follows me regardless of whether I am leading the way to life or death. Bai Shanshui's voice reached his ears again. Li Yunrui grew angry again and said in a heavier tone, so boring, boring. Bai Shanshui responded coolly this time. I just do not want you to be filled with death. If you have no interest in life, how can you help me survive? Chapter 321. Li Yunrui turned her head away, annoyed. The faint smile on Bai Shanshui's face immediately disappeared, and she sighed. Because she was more arrogant and vicious in her actions than the cultivators of the sword furnace, even if she had not fought in Chang'e last year, she was the greatest rebel in the eyes of almost everyone in the Qin dynasty. She had become famous early and famous. Her opponent was the strongest in the world. As she grew older, she naturally developed a presence that looked down on the world. Even though her cultivation was damaged right now, and her vital energy was not as good as ordinary Realm 7 cultivators, facing her presence, many ordinary Realm 7 cultivators would cower before the battle. They would be weaker in terms of sword essence and could not match her. However, as a great grandmaster, all she had done in the past many years was either refining swords, escaping, or killing people. She drifted like duckweed and did not have many beautiful memories to reminisce about. There were also many things that she wanted to do but did not have the time to do. She spoke so much now because she did not have much confidence that she could survive tonight. If she died here, she would have many regrets. The sound of the flute in the reed marsh was always faint, and the same when they were close. It was like the catkins in the spring, barely discernible but not clear. It made people feel uncomfortable. This patch of reeds known as the Dead Man's Marsh was indeed very large. It was a boundless expanse that seemed to extend to the horizon. While Changling has a large population, the ratio of cultivators, swordsmen, and armies far surpasses any city. In other eras recorded in the history books, this is militaristic. While Yuanwu is relying on the Shang reform, the situation is stable, taxes are strict, and Guangzhou is 800 miles of fertile land. The output of each mu of land and the number of people that can be supported is much greater than other dynasties. If this balance is broken, Yuanwu will have a harder time than other dynasties. Pity that the people of the Basin Kendo ground back then were too strong, and we were too weak. We did not even work together once, so the three dynasties were destroyed so easily. Passing through the streets and alleys, they seemed to follow the guidance of the flute. No one stopped them along the way. Bai Shanshui looked at the reeds that were already in front of them and spoke calmly to Li Yunrui beside him. Li Yunrui listened to these words that were not boring to him. After a moment of silence, he said, 1/10 of the Qin dynasty died in their prime. How can this be considered easy? Although many died, there were also many who surrendered. Bai Shanshui sneered and said, 100 died and 80 took in. When the three dynasties were destroyed, the Qin did not just expand their territory. Even the population of Changling more than doubled in a few short years. Is it because men and women are fertile in Changling? Li Yunrui was silent again. Then she said with true admiration, not everyone has your courage. Most people just go with the flow in the end. Neither of them turned around. However, they didn't need to turn their heads. With their cultivation, they could clearly sense that countless soldiers wearing black armor had silently surged out from the originally silent streets behind them. These soldiers in heavy armor moved nimbly. The metallic light on their bodies filled all the cracks in the streets behind them. They were like two ants in front of a black tide, but still chatting and laughing. Bai Shanshui was arrogant, but in reality, he was a very cautious person. If they had moved away some of the Changling residents in advance, Bai Shanshui would have detected them long ago. The Qin dynasty people in the streets were a protective talisman for the two of them. Even the teacher of the Holy Son of Heaven, Mo Shouqing, whose cultivation was far above Bai Shanshui's, purposefully showed a presence on a distant turret. He acted as if he would not attack as long as Bai Shanshui did not pass in that direction and stayed away from the ordinary people of Changling. So according to Li Yunrui's judgment, charging out from the astrology bureau led by Yi Xileng had been the best choice. Now that they were moving along the path the enemy had planned and away from the back streets, they did not even have the last protective talisman. If we are able to escape today, please do not misunderstand. Li Yunrui sensed the cold metal presence behind him. He hesitated for a moment and then said solemnly, I am just carrying out my mission. Bai Shanshui glanced at him and nodded. You are loyal to the king's orders. But even if you seek death, you can choose who you want to die with. Li Yunrui was silent for a moment and then slowly said, in truth, at least, I admire you. So I hope you can live. Bai Shanshui laughed. Then she looked seriously at Li Yunrui and said, cultivators at your level will often be obsessed with simple and crude power. They will casually use a sword move that causes the primal energies of the universe to explode. The feeling of using absolute power to crush an opponent is hard to resist. There are very few people like you who can control your desires and cultivate such fine flying sword arts. So you are the cultivator who uses flying swords the best I have seen in recent years. In the future, I will still be your attendant. Hearing her words, Li Yunrui's expression quickly became solemn. It was not because of the meaning contained in Bai Shanshui's words, but because at this moment, the reeds in front of them were giving off dangerous presences and a unique stench. A wild wind blew out of the reeds. Then there were violent sounds. Many green reeds exploded into pieces of grass that flew into the air with the wind. Among the wild wind and debris, there were shrill screams and black shadows passed through. Li Yunrui looked up, solemnly and calmly at the black night sky. Then the fingers of his right hand trembled slightly. There was a soft hiss. His flying sword flew out of nowhere and pierced through the oncoming wind and debris. In the next moment, there was a thick mist of blood among the wild wind and debris, and large balls of black feathers flying. A heavy black shadow fell like a meteor in front of him and Bai Shanshui. This was a very strange bird. Its entire body was covered in black feathers, like a crane. However, its body was several times larger than the largest eagle. Its eyes were blood-red like beautiful rubies, and its disheveled black feathers were surrounded by an agile aura, as if there was wind flowing within it. However, the moment this strange bird fell, dozens of similar strange birds had already descended, covering the sky and covering the sun. Bai Shanshui narrowed her eyes and looked up. She was certain that the sharp claws of these birds were no less than the 100 refined swords of ordinary Changling swordsmen. Also, these birds gathered primal energies of the universe, and each bird was much faster than ordinary birds. Each and every one of them was like a flying sword. But she still had no intentions of attacking, and just watched silently. In a flash, fine wounds appeared on the necks of the dozens of birds. The blood turned into a mist, and the bright red flesh squeezed out of the enlarged wounds, and then revealed white bones. The dozens of birds were in extreme pain, their bodies twisting wildly in the air and spinning as they fell down. After the dozens of birds, countless black shadows flew out of the wild wind and debris. The red flashes in their eyes made the night sky seem to be filled with red gems. Bai Shanshui bowed her head. She looked at the messy ground in front of her. The sewage and mud gave off unusual vibrations. Her eyes shone brightly, and then she unhesitatingly attacked with her sword. A dark green lifebond sword flew out. There was no waterfall of dark green sword light in front of her, and no water vapor gathered in the sky. But the sewage between the broken reeds in front of her rippled even more violently. Small scale-like waves rose up, but did not fall down. They started to give off sharp sword essences. These motionless waves were like countless sharp swords erected on the ground. Pew 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 pew. The sound of countless sharp blades slicing through flesh and disemboweling rang out. Many black and sticky silhouettes, whose bodies were covered in mud, were writhing on the ground in an even more painful manner than those strange birds. While they were moving swiftly, their bellies had long been cut into pieces. At this moment, their bodies were writhing madly, and their bodies were shredded into countless pieces, which were beyond recognition. Even Li Yunrui had to spend a long time to see that the figures rolling in the mud were enormous black lizard-like beasts. Their bodies were as smooth as catfish, and their skin looked tough and elastic. If they had not been moving quickly against the sharp water blades, the blades of ordinary swordsmen would not have been able to cut through their skin. When did the Qin army start to use such tactics? He shook his head in puzzlement and asked Bai Shanshui next to him, "It is not easy to cultivate these beasts. These beasts are more useful in battle. Why waste so much to deal with us?" A cold smile appeared on Bai Shanshui's face. She glanced at Li Yunrui and said, "Now I understand why Zheng Xiu forced us here." Chapter 322. Who is that young person? Mo Shouqing looked at Changling that had woken up. His wise and experienced gaze looked towards the alley that Bai Shanshui and Li Yunrui had charged out of. He gently and slowly asked a black-armored general who had just appeared behind him, The black-armored general bowed respectfully to the old man sitting on the old rattan chair. Then he reported, "The bureaus have no leads on this person." Mo Shocheng thought and said, "Try to keep him alive." The black-armored general's expression grew ugly. But if they wanted to keep a great rebel like Bai Shanshui alive, they would have to pay a great price. Adding on that young man who seemed to have fallen from the sky and whose flying sword arts were unfathomable, who knew how many soldiers and cultivators would die tonight. But he was certain that this old man had weighed the cost when he said this. Then the price was worth it. Therefore, he solemnly bowed again and promised, "Yes. A very good flying sword, a very patient flying sword." Not many of the young people in Changling have the patience to cultivate flying swords. Mo Shocheng listened to the footsteps of the general leaving behind him and said softly to himself with pity. The turret was still trembling slightly. The rattan chair under him suddenly gave off soft cracking sounds. Old rattan chairs, old bamboo mats. The older they were, the more comfortable they would be to sit and lie down. But when they were too old, they would easily rot and break. In the past, this old rattan chair that he was used to sitting on would easily break, but this year, it had broken many times. Mo Shocheng shook his head softly and felt it was inauspicious. "What is the meaning?" Li Yunrui turned to look at Bai Shanshui and asked. His brow was furrowed, but not because of this problem. In a situation like this where he felt he would die, he did not care about this problem. What made him uncomfortable was the pungent smell of blood and flesh from the Qin army's tamed beasts. "You can't even get used to the smell of blood. It seems you have not had much experience in cruel fighting." Bai Shanshui seemed to see the source of his displeasure. He smiled mockingly and then continued, "Many things, including battle formations and new artifacts, have to be tested in real combat after being created. The stronger the weapon, the more it has to be used against powerful cultivators." Li Yunrui quickly understood Bai Shanshui's meaning and said, "So she is using us as testing tools? A test tool like me is too hard to come by." Bai Shanshui laughed coldly and arrogantly. "She wants to send a message to me and the world with such an arrangement. Even a great rebel like me is just a tool for her to practice tactics and test new weapons in her eyes. Looks like you're right. She doesn't consider things on the same level as us at all." Li Yunrui raised her head. At this moment, the black feathers and scarlet blood that were falling from the sky suddenly thickened. The dense blood fell into the mud, and even made the sound of a rainstorm. It was not because his flying sword had sped up at this moment. His flying sword was the same as Mo Shocheng's evaluation. He used the most patient fighting method. Each blow was just right, and did not waste any vital energy. At this time, it was because the wild birds in the sky started to tear at each other even more furiously. Angry shouts and shouts could be heard from the distant reeds, but they could not stop the birds from rioting on their own. This kind of presence even affected the beasts in the surrounding mud. The beasts started to panic. They did not bite each other, but feared this battlefield. Some started to flee into the surrounding reeds. "I heard that Minute Mountain Sword Sect has a demon farm. Zheng Xiu and Yuan Wu want to learn from Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Zheng Xiu must feel that this is good. These animals can appear on the battlefield and show the other dynasties the new power of Changling. But it is a pity that she is too optimistic." Bai Shanshui laughed loudly. "Have these animals never even encountered a true killing star, and can only scare those mediocre people?" Li Yunrui glanced at her and shook his head. He said, "No meaning." Bai Shanshui glanced back at him and said, "Interesting. Because if they can hear us, they will pass it along to Zheng Xiu's ears." Li Yunrui was silent for a moment and said, "But we will still die in the end. What is the meaning in this kind of mockery before death?" Bai Shanshui laughed with a teasing tone. "What if we can leave this place alive?" Li Yunrui did not respond to her. He looked up at the night sky and said softly, "They are here." The blackbirds that had almost covered the entire sky had already dissipated in their frenzied rampage, leaving behind countless clusters of hot, bloody aura. At this moment, the night sky was like a black curtain painted with blood, and on this curtain, there were already countless gorgeous, dark green streams of light. The moment Li Yunrui said the words, These flowing lights had crossed hundreds of feet and arrived in the air above him and Bai Shanshui. The beautiful and agile green flowing lights were like arrows. Before they could land on the ground, they began to disintegrate in midair. No primal energies of the universe reached the ground. There was only a high-frequency vibration from these broken arrows. There was an inaudible sound that covered the surroundings. Bai Shanshui's pupils contracted. Her watery eyes and exceptionally pale face immediately showed red light. These red lights were not caused by the flow of blood, but the rupture of many small pores. The vital energy and blood in her body, even though they flowed under her control, vibrated strangely. A wave of death energy spread from the depths of her body towards the surface of her skin. She could not resist this kind of power. She felt as though her body was about to shatter into pieces. At this time, Li Yunrui's hand landed on her shoulder. His hand also began to vibrate at an extremely high frequency. In this moment, Bai Shanshui left the shadow of death. Why is it like this? While the discomfort rippling through her body made Bai Shanshui want to vomit, she immediately took a deep breath and asked Li Yunrui. To know the solution meant that Li Yunrui knew of this terrifying weapon long ago, and had a deep understanding of it. Sound seal arrow. Li Yunrui's expression was uglier than Bai Shanshui's. He struggled to say in a voice that only he and Bai Shanshui could hear. My dynasty has studied this kind of weapon for decades, but we have not made any breakthroughs. This kind of seal weapon is not hard to defeat for powerful cultivators who know its principles, but for cultivators and soldiers who do not have enough vital energy, it is a disaster. Bai Shanshui frowned. She could understand Li Yunrui's feelings right now. The Chu dynasty was the strongest in weapon-making in the world, and the foundation of their standing. Before Yuanwu ascended the throne, the Qin army's fighting style could be said to be based on the sword, and they fought for the world with the sword. Even after 3 years of Yuanwu, Changling started to build workshops to make weapons, but no matter how much wealth and resources they invested, they could not compare to the workshops of the Chu dynasty. In the previous Deer Mountain Conference, the Qin dynasty had shown some powerful seal weapons to the other 3 dynasties. Those arrows with flames that could melt stone, and these sound seal arrows that surpassed the Chu dynasty, it was easy to deduce a conclusion. The price Li Lingjun had paid to return to his homeland and become king was far greater than the world had imagined. He had even sold out the interests of the entire Chu dynasty. She knew that Li Yunrui was most worried about how the people of the Chu dynasty would react to the new emperor after what happened here passed back to the Chu dynasty, and what kind of turmoil would occur. This was truly killing many birds with one stone. Zheng Xiu's every move has great meaning. In terms of cunning and scheming, I think no one can compare to her. Bai Shanshui's breathing had completely stabilized. Just now, the line between life and death did not seem to affect her at all. She sneered and said, "Countless people have suffered at her hands. You do not have to worry too much about your new emperor." Li Yunrui raised an eyebrow. He did not respond. It was not because he could not detect the good intentions in Bai Shanshui's words, but because the sound of the flute that had been faintly reaching his ears had suddenly disappeared. The moment the sound of the flute stopped, a pale white sword light with an indescribable murderousness floated out of the wind. Li Yunrui's flying sword broke through the wind and met the pale white flying sword. The 2 small swords changed positions in the air, but did not truly touch each other. Then they flew back. Bai Shanshui did not look at the pale white flying sword, and calmly looked forward. Amidst the mud and reeds mixed with countless pieces of flesh, a man in dark red robes slowly appeared in her and Li Yunrui's line of sight. Looking at this thin but uncomfortable man, Bai Shanshui said with slight disdain, "So you can use flying swords so well?" Li Yunrui's expression grew grave. The man in crimson robes was naturally the mysterious head of the Divinity Bureau. "Not from the Qin, but your flying sword is better than almost all the swordsmen in Changling. It is not easy for you." Bai Shanshui looked at the silent Chief Inspector Chen and said disdainfully. Li Yunrui stilled and could not help but turn to look at Bai Shanshui. He usually did not travel outside, so he did not know some secrets. Chief Inspector Chen, who had been sitting in a carriage or in a dark hall all year round, so his face was unusually pale, slowly looked up. He glanced at Bai Shanshui, and then at the pale white flying sword that had flown back to him. He said coolly, "It is not easy, so my flying sword is called the Thin Life Sword." Hearing his voice, Li Yunrui's gaze involuntarily landed on the sword. That sword was as pale and thin as paper. Thin as paper, the name of the sword was appropriate. Chapter 323. Bai Shanshui glanced at the paper white flying sword and said coolly to Li Yunrui, "He is yours." Li Yunrui frowned slightly but did not say anything. She nodded slowly. A proud smile appeared on Bai Shanshui's lips. "No matter what, follow me." Then she turned. The moment she turned, countless torches lit up in the darkness as though the entire border of Changling facing her started to burn. In the burning sea of fire, a cultivator with a body like cast iron walked out of the crowd with firm and almost constant steps. Bai Shanshui sneered. "Liang Lian, I was just about to find you. You dare to come find me?" Liang Lian's expression did not change. His black boots stepped steadily on the ground. Black earth splashed out from under his feet like blooming black lotuses. The laughable pride of the Qin. Bai Shanshui looked at the silent Liang Lian and mocked even more harshly. "Even if it is soldier against soldier, general against general, you do not qualify. Where is Shen Xian? Why does he not dare to come see me?" Liang Lian still did not respond. He continued to walk dozens of feet with steady steps and then calmly reached out with his right hand. There was an explosion in the world. An extremely pure life-bound item's aura filled many people's senses. A streak of black light extended outwards like an extension of his arm, forming a straight, jet-black broadsword. Half of the sword's body was thick and gloomy, like the jet-black stones by the riverside, while the other half was rippling like thousands of turbid waves. He held the sword across his chest and then said coldly, "Please." Then he attacked without any hesitation. Vast amounts of primal energies of the universe flooded into his life-bond sword. A curved dam seemed to appear around his body. His body and the life-bond sword in his hand gave off more and more power, but this power kept accumulating in the river bank. This sword was the strongest move of the Cofferdam sword manual he had used against Shui Wangshu in the past, the dam-breaching sword. The essence of this sword was to continuously accumulate power, and when the dam finally broke, all the power would burst forth. In the past, when Shui Wangshu faced this sword, he used the white goat hanging horn to stop the dam from breaching. Even if it breached, he did not let the water flow towards him, but towards the two sides. Facing such a sword, Bai Shanshui smiled even more mockingly. "Using such a sword move against me, you have probably forgotten that I am the Cloud Water Palace Master." She didn't attack first, but waited. Liang Lian raised his eyebrows slightly. The night clouds in the sky suddenly became chaotic, and the sword was formed. A terrible roar sounded in front of him, and the invisible dam broke. A violent and domineering force blasted out, rushing towards Bai Shanshui. Due to the backlash of the heaven and earth primordial qi, the flames on the torches of all the soldiers standing behind Liang Lian were pulled back at the same time, making whooshing noises. The power and momentum of this sword could be said to be perfect, as if it was not a power of the mortal world. But facing such a sword, Bai Shanshui didn't even draw his sword. Her left hand stroked the air. Several sparkling and translucent water droplets flew out from her fingertips like sparkling and translucent pearls, and then turned into several ribbons of sparkling and translucent water. These streams of water appeared minuscule compared to the violent wave coming from the dam. But when the two met, the violent and domineering wave could not advance, and started to spin dozens of feet in front of her. An enormous and rapidly spinning water whirlpool appeared in front of her like a building. Many of the Changling cultivators in the darkness were silent. Chief Inspector Chen's voice sounded at this time. The light of the fire at the border of Changling could not reach so far. Under the light of the distant fire, this bureau chief of the Divinity Bureau who usually did not show himself appeared even darker and colder. But his expression still had an indescribable sense of decadence. In the past, no one in the world could surpass the Wei Cloud Water Palace in controlling water. Now, no one can surpass Palace Master Bai. He looked at Li Yunrui, who was looking at him, and said in a low but clear voice, "But have you ever thought why General Liang, who has been through hundreds of battles, would use such a sword move in front of Palace Master Bai?" Li Yunrui looked calmly at him and said, "I do not want to, because that has nothing to do with me." The moment he said the first word, two invisible sword lights flashed in the darkness between him and Chief Inspector Chen. Then a blinding spark bloomed. Two flying swords emerged from the sparks, each carrying a trembling and fluctuating air wave. If Li Yunrui was a bit distracted, or his emotions fluctuated a bit, he may be dead now. Chief Inspector Chen frowned deeply. He was certain that this unknown young person in Changling was a rare and powerful enemy. Bai Shanshui's brow furrowed deeply as she easily resolved Liang Lian's domineering sword with her left hand. She put away her scornful and disdainful smile and said with a frown, "Even Xue Wangshu is not a match. How can you be so strong?" Liang Lian looked at the spinning whirlpool. There was no other expression on his face other than indifference. "Why do I have to appear stronger than Xue Wangshu?" Following his words, several muffled and loud explosions resounded between heaven and earth once again. The first explosion, that sounded like a landmine, came from beneath his feet. The tough black leather combat boots he wore exploded into pieces. The wet and soft soil of the reed swamp became harder and firmer than the stone roads of Changling as his feet hammered down with the terrifying power contained in his feet. Even though his feet were like metal, as he exerted force, his flesh split and blood sprayed out. Two deep red footprints appeared under him. His body seemed to pass through space and appeared behind the spinning whirlpool. The life-bond sword in his right hand stabbed towards the spinning whirlpool. But the second muffled explosion came from his sword hilt. His left fist hammered hard on his sword hilt. A terrifying force passed through the sword hilt and into the blade. The wave seal scripts on half of his life-bond sword seemed to be sent flying and charged forward along the domineering sword essence. The third deep rumble rang out without any pause. The towering whirlpool immediately collapsed. Countless waves turned into countless swords, pressing against the air in front of them like mountains and walls pressing towards Bai Shanshui. There were swords in front of Bai Shanshui. Tens of thousands of swords filled the sky in front of her. But the most terrifying thing was the sword that looked like a black rock with its seal scripts fading away. Tens of thousands of water swords moved through the air. The primal energies of the universe produced by the sword path all gathered into Liang Lian's sword. Bai Shanshui attacked. The long sword in her hand, which was as deep as a jade pond, also stabbed forward. The primal energies of the universe on the sword started to flow. Just a few feet forward, the tens of thousands of water swords in front of her melted like snow, turning back into glowing water and then forming a wall. A glowing water wall appeared between her and Liang Lian. Liang Lian's expression did not change. He still silently stabbed with his sword and did not change his stance. The black sword tip and the glowing water wall collided and gave off another muffled explosion. The water wall collapsed and spread outwards. The black sword tip continued to advance and then encountered Bai Shanshui's deep green sword tip. When the two sword tips met, a dot of starlight lit up like a small star was forming. Liang Lian's breathing stopped. A muffled grunt came from his tightly pressed lips. His entire body turned the color of black metal. A layer of light flashed on the surface of his skin like a sword and then his body stopped. A circle of air exploded around his body, and the ground rippled outwards. Bai Shanshui's body flew backwards wrapped in the wave of energy. She hit the ground hard and then bounced into the air like a white stone. Countless cracking sounds came from behind her. The reeds swaying in the wild wind were crushed by the sword energy coming from her body. The pieces danced like snow. The moment she bounced up from the ground, Bai Shanshui had already controlled her body. While her body was still flying backwards, she maintained a standing posture. However, several strands of blood seeped out from her tightly pursed lips. Her face was pale, and her white robes were exceptionally white in the night. The lines of blood that fell on the white robes were especially eye-catching. 5 pale sword shadows circled around Li Yunrui's body like wild bees dancing in a frenzy. 5 cracks appeared on Li Yunrui's robes. Faint lines of blood seeped out of the cracks. So you are so strong. Bureau Chief Chen still had a strange sense of decadence as he looked up slightly and said. No one knew if he was speaking to Li Yunrui, who had managed to block this attack and only suffered some flesh wounds, or to Liang Lian, who had sent Bai Shanshui flying with one blow. Even as he spoke, Liang Lian still held his sword coldly and looked at Bai Shanshui in the air. Looking at his back that was as cold as iron, all the soldiers behind him woke up from their shock. They finally understood why their general had been so cold and unchanged after losing to Xue Wangshu. They also finally understood why this general had not been outstanding among his former colleagues, but had been able to survive several battles where only a few people had survived. Because he was willing to lose. The same two swords showed completely different power. General Liang was stronger than many people had imagined. Chapter 324. Bai Shanshui landed on the ground again. With the terrifying impact, her feet plowed out two deep gullies in the muddy ground. Her right sleeve was completely torn. Blood and energy wrapped around her jade-white arm, burning like a bright red flame. She looked up and started to cough. Blood seeped out of the corners of her bright lips, but her expression grew colder. You have won this blow. If this was any other time, I would admit defeat. But tonight, we are not competing, but deciding life and death. When this voice sounded, the ground under her feet suddenly sank silently, forming a perfect circular pit. Then her figure disappeared from it. She started to run towards Liang Lian. Perfect circular pits continuously appeared in the ground. Anyone could imagine the terrifying power contained in them. Yet, there was no sound. Countless fine lines of water seeped out of the earth, and flew up under the pressure of the great power. It started to rain in the space Bai Shanshui passed through. Yet, this rain came from the ground to the sky, filled with a heaven-defying presence. Li Yunrui looked up and calmly looked at the dispirited chief inspector in the darkness ahead. He asked seriously, "You want to die with me?" At the same time, the flying sword in front of him started to accelerate. A straight sword path appeared in the air between him and Chief Inspector Chen. His flying sword flew in a straight path towards Chief Inspector Chen's throat. Before this, his flying sword had always been on an erratic path, making it hard for people to catch its trajectory. Now, it was flying in a straight line. Everyone found that his flying sword was very fast. Sensing the sword essence of this blow, Chief Inspector Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. However, he did not call back his flying sword. As his right hand moved slightly, his flying sword also flew straight forward, brushing past Li Yunrui's flying sword, and also pointed straight at Li Yunrui's throat. In this moment, an old figure appeared from the reeds behind him. He drew his sword, and a grey sword light with a moldy presence slashed towards Li Yunrui's flying sword. This was not a sword competition, but a life and death battle. So at certain moments, Chief Inspector Chen did not need to rely on his own power to deal with Li Yunrui's flying sword. He also had attendants, and his attendants were more powerful than ordinary attendants. Liang Lian's eyes narrowed into thin lines. Looking at Bai Shanshui charging at him at a terrifying speed, he could not understand. But he did not hesitate. His chiseled brows slowly rose. Then he raised his life-bond sword to its limit and smashed it down towards the string of after-images of Bai Shanshui. There was a muffled boom. Although it was a sword move, it smashed towards Bai Shanshui like a giant stick covering the sky. All the after-images disappeared. The rain that flew up into the sky was instantly destroyed by the enormous power. Bai Shanshui's figure appeared. Her robes were pulled back to the extreme, and her proud figure could be seen at a glance. Her sword that was slashing towards Liang Lian was forcefully smashed to the ground, and her body was also forcefully smashed to the ground, retreating backwards. A trace of coldness appeared in Liang Lian's eyes. He calmly took a step forward and raised the sword in his hand again. However, it was also at this moment that his pupils rapidly contracted. Bai Shanshui retreated 10 steps. Each step she took landed in the perfect circular pit she had made previously. With every step he took, a white spray sprayed out from every pit. The 10 white waves charged towards Liang Lian. Liang Lian shouted and brought his sword down horizontally. The 10 white waves overlapped and hit the sword light in front of him. The 10 enormous powers overlapped and vibrated from the sword to his body. Liang Lian's body flashed with black metal light. But when the 7th great power hit his sword, he could not withstand it. With a grunt, his body flew backward. Before his body landed on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The grey sword light that gave off a moldy presence accurately hit Li Yunrui's flying sword. But in this moment, Li Yunrui's flying sword split into 2. The 2 flying swords seemed to be alive as they sliced towards the arteries on the sides of Chief Inspector Chen's neck. An incredulous shout came out of the old figure's mouth. The grey sword light brought along a series of afterimages, wanting to cut down the 2 flying swords in one fell swoop. However, with a clang, this grey sword light was only able to knock away one of the flying swords before it was jolted into the air. On the other hand, the other flying sword seemed to be infused with even more power as it moved forward at an even faster speed. Chief Inspector Chen's body flew to the side. When Li Yunrui's flying sword naturally split into 2, his body had already flown to the side. At the same time, the flying sword flying towards Li Yunrui gave off a shrill howl and circled back with a wild presence. But both the body's movement and the sword's return could not keep up with the speed of Li Yunrui's flying sword. In a fraction of a second, the cold presence coming off the flying sword touched Chief Inspector Chen's skin and seeped into the arteries under his skin. Seeing that it was impossible to block such a sword, Chief Inspector Chen's face turned ashen. But there was no terror in his eyes. His pupils became absolutely empty. His long hair danced on the flying sword. His broken hair scattered. The flying sword still flew forward. The primal energies of the universe dancing between the broken hair bought Chief Inspector Chen a moment. His body straightened slightly, and then he used his collarbone to meet the flying sword. His body was thin, and his collarbone was like a long and narrow blade. With a crack, his collarbone broke. The flying sword flew up and still wanted to cut the arteries in his neck. But at this time, his wild flying sword finally arrived. In this moment, the tip of the sword brushed against the tail of Li Yunrui's flying sword. A blast of energy and blue flames bloomed. Li Yunrui's flying sword bent down and left another bone-deep wound on Chief Inspector Chen's left shoulder. The old attendant with the grey sword light roared madly and swung his sword again. Li Yunrui's flying sword had already burrowed into the earth below. In an instant, it rushed out with a cloud of mud dozens of feet away. His hair was cut, his collarbone was broken, and his shoulder was wounded to the bone. Chief Inspector Chen was covered in blood and his presence was weak. Li Yunrui did not look pleased after seriously injuring the mysterious bureau chief whose status was above the 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty. The remaining half of his sword flew back with him. At this time, Bai Shanshui was charging towards Liang Lian again. Blood seeped out of her body due to the violent vibrations. Bloody clouds shrouded her, but a perfect pit appeared under her feet again. At this time, Chief Inspector Chen and Liang Lian were both seriously injured. Theoretically, Bai Shanshui should have turned around and charged out with Li Yunrui from Chief Inspector Chen's side. Liang Lian still had an army behind him, and many powerful Changling swordsmen. Even if they could kill Liang Lian, even if they could charge past the army, they would just charge back into Changling. What was the meaning? Li Yunrui still could not understand Bai Shanshui's actions, but he remembered that Bai Shanshui had told him to follow her. He chose to trust her. His body rapidly flew backwards and chased after Bai Shanshui's afterimage. Cries of surprise rang out like a tidal wave. No one had expected that General Liang and the mysterious bureau chief, who had just displayed strength far beyond what they had shown in the past, would be defeated at the same time in an instant. Liang Lian took a deep breath. His body seemed to fill up. The long sword in his hand rose like a crowbar and hit Bai Shanshui's falling lifebond sword. There was an indescribable dull sound in the world. It was like there was a divine warrior driving a stake. Liang Lian was unable to move Bai Shanshui's sword. His long sword was still in an upward position, but his metal body was nailed into the ground by Bai Shanshui's sword. Waves of mud rose around Liang Lian's body. In this moment, Liang Lian's body was cut into the ground. Only his head and his right hand that was holding the sword remained above the ground. His body had been much larger than Bai Shanshui, but at this time, Bai Shanshui stood in front of him and was many times taller. Bai Shanshui coughed up some bloody foam. A cold smile once again appeared on her face. Her sword retracted a bit along with the shockwave, and then she swung it down again steadily. More shocked gasps sounded in the distance. Everyone could see that Liang Lian could not withstand her attack. No one in the surroundings could stop Bai Shanshui's attack. Also, there was a flying sword that was close to Bai Shanshui. Li Yunrui's figure was only 100 feet away from Bai Shanshui. His flying sword was at his side. Finally here. But at this time, Bai Shanshui raised her head. She seemed to be speaking to Li Yunrui but also seemed to be talking to herself. Li Yunrui looked up. There were some pale flowing flames in the sky. These pale streams of fire seemed to be exactly the same as the ones that had appeared above the alley. But for some reason, these pale streams of fire that were not dazzling made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Chapter 325. In the serene imperial palace, the Empress' feet left the ground. Her perfect body emitted countless cold and pure rays of light, which passed through the holy light in the courtyard and into the endless starry sky. Her face was absolutely indifferent, a kind of indifference that did not carry any joy of the world. On the outskirts of Changling, the pale streams of fire falling from the sky were extremely cold and cruel. Many cultivators in Changling, especially those who had experienced the bloody coup a dozen years ago, felt this absolute cold presence that had not appeared for a long time and couldn't help but tremble. Bai Shanshui looked up at the streams of fire. All the reeds around her that had not been destroyed in the previous battle snapped and fell to the ground. It was as if there were countless small invisible hammers smashing down on the ground, causing layers of dust to explode. Time seemed to stop flowing at this moment. The green sword in her hand was just a few feet away from Liang Lian. The pale streams of fire looked very far away, but in everyone's perception, these streams of fire were quickly approaching Bai Shanshui and Liang Lian's bodies. Li Yunrui felt awe. This was awe towards power and sword essence. These pale streams of fire contained the most cold sword essence, like it could sever all emotions in the world. It was so pure and perfect that it had a kind of divine light. Any sword essence, when extreme, meant power. This sword was out of the world, almost like the will of the heavens. Everyone knew that the mistress of Changling was strong and had never been defeated. But when he saw this sword essence tonight, he understood that the other was stronger than he had imagined. What else could he do? If this was what Bai Shanshui was waiting for, then what was Bai Shanshui waiting for? Li Yunrui closed his eyes and did not look at the extremely cold sword essence. His flying sword carried a peaceful presence of waiting for the final judgment as it continued to circle around him and Bai Shanshui. At this moment, he subconsciously thought that if he really died here with this great rebel, it wouldn't be too bad. Bai Shanshui's body started to tremble violently under the pressure of the cold sword essence. Pain appeared on her pale face, but her eyes flashed with even more arrogance and fanaticism. Her sword no longer fell towards Liang Lian's head, but instead swung upwards. A green heavenly river formed above her body and welcomed the pale flames that were filled with divine radiance. Even though this thick green celestial river gave off an indescribable arrogance, it was just a mortal presence. It could not compare to the perfect sword essence falling from the sky. In the perception of all the Changling cultivators in the distance, Bai Shanshui, who was seriously injured, could not stop such a perfect attack. Yet in this moment, Chief Inspector Chen, who had not changed expression even when his collarbone was cut and his aorta almost severed, suddenly changed expression. He gave a howl like never before. The flying sword hanging in front of him suddenly lit up like a star and rushed towards Bai Shanshui. No one could understand Chief Inspector Chen's panic, and no one had the time to do anything. The pale flowing fire had already fallen to the ground. Countless people were horrified. Just as these pale white streams of fire fell to the ground, it was as if a bright world had been born beneath the ground. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, and pale white and cold divine radiance also surged out of the cracks. This scene only stayed in everyone's eyes for a moment. Then the ground exploded. As an enormous ball of light rose from the ground, countless pieces of shattered land flew up. Everyone saw Liang Lian's body fly out along with the pieces of shattered land. His body emitted a dazzling black iron flame, but compared to the pale white light below him, it was exceptionally dim. It was so faint that it was like an inconspicuous shadow. Chief Inspector Chen's flying sword reached the edge of the ball of light, but was stopped by the expanding presence. It clearly slowed down. Compared to the previous rapid battle, everything seemed to be in slow motion. Just the remaining power was enough to make the flying sword of a Realm 7 cultivator difficult to pass. But at this time, Bai Shanshui was still standing, causing many people to stop breathing. Bai Shanshui's body was also flying up, but she stood firmly on a piece of land that was flying up. Her figure was very steady. She was dressed in white robes. Under the light of the pale white ball of light under her feet, she did not dim, but appeared even more dazzling. Then everyone saw the light of water. Countless glowing streams of water appeared under the pale white ball of light. Li Yunrui's body was nailed to the ground under his feet like a nail. That half of the thin sword piece still stubbornly danced around him and Bai Shanshui. In this moment, he and Bai Shanshui exchanged a look. He understood what Bai Shanshui was waiting for. At this time, the tremors in Changling had completely stopped. All the tremors seemed to have found an outlet, and the outlet was under their feet. The Wei Cloud Water Palace was the best in the world in controlling water. Bai Shanshui had told him that the tremors came from the Yin River under Changling. The Yin River was a waterway, but these rivers were deep underground. Only when they were completely flowing could Bai Shanshui sense the flow of the Yin River, and find a suitable exit before her vital energy ran out. Even more importantly, she had to have great power to help her open a passage. To capture a cultivator of her level alive, there had to be a power stronger than her. So she had been waiting for Zheng Xiu's true power. So she had disregarded the damage to her body and used such a method to fight Liang Lian. The perfect pit, the rain that flew up against the sky, the gushing spring that attacked Liang Lian, and the life-bond sword attack were all setting up this final situation. Zheng Xiu did not want to kill her directly. Therefore, even though her last sword strike was filled with a fervent and untamed aura, it was actually a very gentle sword strike. Water was originally soft. Her attack was not meant to be a defense, but to use the softest sword move to protect herself. In this moment, Chief Inspector Chen sensed her sword essence, but it was still too late. Shouts sounded from the distant reeds. But the path to survival had appeared. Who could stop Bai Shanshui's serpent from returning to the sea? Glowing water surged out of the ground. The cold and pale ball of light dyed the world and became weak and powerless. Then it collapsed into shadows and started to disappear. Beneath Bai Shanshui, there was the sound of an army galloping. Waves of energy charged out, and in the end, it was like a breath was exhaled and exhausted. The thousands of streams of water gathered into one place, turning into an unimaginably thick pillar of water that charged into the sky. Li Yunrui's gaze passed Bai Shanshui's figure to the distant line of fire. Looking at the Qin dynasty army that paled under the torches, he felt heartfelt respect for this white-robed woman. But at this time, his usual calmness disappeared. His expression changed dramatically. He shouted at Bai Shanshui, "Careful." A dark green shadow appeared in the enormous pillar of water under Bai Shanshui's feet. The moment Li Yunrui spoke, there was a strange sound. This shadow grew furiously like an enormous water plant. A terrifying wave of energy appeared in the enormous pillar of water and was about to split the entire pillar of water apart. Bai Shanshui's heart sank to the extreme, and her body turned cold. She was familiar with the presences coming from under her feet. That sword belonged to Lian Bo, one of the 13 marquises of the Qin dynasty, and the person holding the sword was the master of the great floating water prison, Shen Xian. These two were skilled in water, and were the opponents she feared the most in Changling. From the start of this ambush, She had been most worried about the appearance of these two people. Yet she had never expected them to appear in such a way at this time. Had that perfect woman in the imperial palace guessed her intentions when Changling started to tremble and arranged for such a move, or had Shen Xian, who was familiar with Changling's water, assassinated her in such a way? Bai Shanshui could not guess. She only felt endless anger. Icy anger surged out of her heart and spread to every part of her body. Her power was used up. Don't. However, at this moment, her body shook violently again and she let out a fierce roar. A thin sword light with a fearless aura passed through the waves and clashed with the dark green sword light that was growing wildly like seaweed. There was a muffled bang. The wind and waves rose. The thin sword was sent flying by the scattering waves. This flying sword could not stop Shen Xian's attack that had been prepared for a long time. Li Yunrui also knew that his attack could not stop Shen Xian. Go. He glanced at the howling Bai Shanshui. The moment he spoke, he threw his body out like a sword. His body moved like a sword, and stood in front of the green sword light. Bai Shanshui was silent. The inky green sword light passed through Li Yunrui's body. The glowing water behind him turned bright red, but his panicked expression became unusually calm. Go. He opened his mouth. Bai Shanshui could not hear his voice, but she could clearly see the shape of his mouth. Boom. Thousands of waves instantly engulfed the figures of these people. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.